It's sad but exciting at the same time that we are this close to the football season, because it means we only have like 10 more days where we're actually able to get into these drafts. But good thing is we get to watch some real football very, very soon, and I get to see my teams absolutely crushed. We're going to go ahead. We are going to get into Best Ball Mania, largest fantasy football tournament on the planet. Just in case you've been living under a rock and you don't know what's going on, I'm sure you know. I'm sure you've heard me say it a million times. But this is the largest fantasy football tournament on the planet. So $25 buy-in, $15 million prize pool, $1.5 million for first. Top 20 places all get at least $100,000 here. This is a $25 buy-in. We'll be doing a $500 buy-in later on in this live stream. But regardless, I actually got 16th place in this tournament a couple years back. Sadly, I didn't win $100K from that because the tournament was a little more top-heavy at the time. But we did take home about $10K, and in this draft, we are getting first. We will be winning this bad boy, but let's go ahead. Let's check out the chat real quick. What's good? Hope everybody is doing well. I will do the roar for you. Ben Sinnott, is that the roar you were looking for? My friend JN asking if super chats are off. Yes, super chats are off. I'm sorry, probably not going to do super chats anymore. Really just going to be focusing in on the draft, and we will be answering questions through flockfantasy.com, but not super chats, because I think what we built out on flockfantasy.com will be a lot better for you to get real answers from me that you can't miss. Because sometimes people would super chat and then they would have to leave the live stream 15 minutes later and they wouldn't get my answer to the question. Well, this time, since all questions are going to be answered through flockfantasy.com, you can hear it in the live stream. But if you have to leave the live stream, the answer will be sent to you through flockfantasy.com as well. So no more super chats, but I am happy to be in here. Connor in this draft with us at pick 8. Tyler in this draft with us at pick 12. I see Vinny in this draft with us at pick 7. Let me know if you are in here. And Tyreek goes 2. Brees goes 3. So we are going to go ahead. We are going to take CeeDee Lamb at pick 4. I just recorded my updated top 50 wide receiver rankings and tiers, and I am moving CeeDee Lamb. Well, you can also see my rankings on flockfantasy.com right now. But yeah, you'll see that I have CeeDee Lamb behind Tyreek. I thought that the contract situation would have been fixed a while ago. I thought Lamb would have been back at camp actually playing with us. I think maybe there's enough smoke here to just go ahead and make the argument that he should be ranked behind Tyreek Hill for the time being. But let's go ahead and let's get this going. And there are 9 spots open in that $500 draft if you wanted to get into a draft with us for a high stakes version. I understand a lot of y'all have accurately identified the fact that I'm an idiot and you want to take my money. Well, you can do so in that $500 draft that there are 9 spots open for. It's the Big Dog Tournament on Underdog. Now, a reminder, if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, for the love of God, do not get in a $500 draft. Please stick to the $5 ones. And if you are somehow not even on Underdog yet, highly recommend you doing so. It's the best place to get in an extra fantasy football draft this year because there's no time commitment at all during the season. And if you use code FLOCK to sign up to Underdog Fantasy, which is my favorite place to play. Their best ball, no time commitment at all. So I draft hundreds of teams every year. It's how I won $150,000 on Underdog 2 years ago. If you use code FLOCK, you're going to get my 2024 rankings. You're going to get my 2024 draft guide, 2024 consensus ADP cheat sheet, plus a Christian McCaffrey special pickup, more than less than half a total yard for week 1. And a Travis Kelce special pickup, more than less than half a total yard for week 1 as well. The CMC one is exclusive to code FLOCK users, so definitely take advantage of it. Ivan says, Yo Mason, when is the ESPN draft guide? Looking at the video schedule, I think that what we are going to try to do is possibly live stream an ESPN draft for y'all on Tuesday. I think that's what we may do. Obviously, if you use code FLOCK on Underdog, you should have the 2024 ADP consensus cheat sheet, which you can use that on ESPN. And same thing on flockfantasy.com. If you're there, you should be able to see it there as well. Okay. Now, let's move this over. Malik Neighbors off the board at pick 19. Crazy in my mind to take Malik Neighbors there. Cooper Kupp goes 17. This means we are going to get Saquon Barkley to pair with CeeDee Lamb. Thank you for taking Malik Neighbors over Saquon Barkley. Thank you, sir, for your sacrifice. I am extremely happy about that. Bailey asking when the Flock vlog is dropping. The Flock vlog should drop either tonight or tomorrow. Just waiting for the editor to get it done, but the Flock League vlog, I cannot wait to watch it. It's the first time we've ever done something like this, but I think it's going to be so damn cool. And yeah, it will be out either tonight or tomorrow. And that will be not on this YouTube channel, but on the Flock League YouTube channel. We're going to be posting a bunch of content there all year. It's not going to be fantasy football advice content. It's more going to be like a reality TV show surrounding that league with all the creators that you like. So yeah, if you were interested in checking that out, search the Flock League on YouTube. The channel doesn't have any videos yet. The vlog should drop tonight or tomorrow. I think it's the channel that has like 1.3, 1.4 thousand subs. Okay. Now, let's move this. Devonta Smith off the board at pick 27. Oh my gosh, I wish this was the $500 draft. We are going to start CeeDee Lamb, Devontae Adams at wide receiver. We are going to get Saquon Barkley at pick 21. This is one of the most exciting drafts that I have had in God knows how long. This is picture perfect here. Let's freaking go. Let's go. Taj, we should have our top 50 wide receiver rankings video dropping tomorrow. I did already update all the rankings on flockfantasy.com, though. The video should drop tomorrow. No, this is not the $500 draft just yet. This is the $25 Best Ball Mania draft. We are waiting for the $500 draft to fill. When we started the stream, there were 9 spots open in that draft. Now there are only 7 spots open. So as soon as that $500 big dog draft fills, I'll go ahead and I will leave this draft. I'll finish it on my phone, and instead we will start drafting in the $500 one. But to be honest, I am pretty excited about us. I don't know. Finishing this off, given how strong the start is through the first 3 rounds, this is pretty much the best situation possible. Nick says, at the Minnesota State Fair, but had to stop by and drop a like. My guy, have fun. Have fun there. Definitely you can hop in and you can crush us in a draft tomorrow, but have fun at the fair. Okay. Bailey asking in a redraft if we still like Puka over Harrison. Yes, in redraft I still like Puka over Harrison. He says, what's the hype with Olave? Olave's had back-to-back years with over 110 total air yards per game, back-to-back years with over 2 yards per route run, and he was a rookie and a second-year player, now going into year 3. He's one of the more talented wide receivers in the NFL. Obviously, he's in a very bad situation, but for him to go here as a low-end wide receiver 2 in this draft, or a mid-wide receiver 2, whatever it may be, I think it's a completely fine price with Chris Olave. God, could not be. Yes, I could not be more excited about this team. This is like best case scenario through the first 3 rounds. Okay. Hoovering Hunt. Yes, the Flock drafts on Underdog should drop tomorrow. Just in case y'all don't know, we do have a Flock tournaments dropping every Monday and Thursday night until the season starts on Underdog, which of course we're streaming those drafts every Monday and Thursday night on this channel as well. But yeah, the Flock tournament should drop tomorrow. I think it will be the Flock tournament 7 that drops tomorrow. Okay. Kelsey off the board at pick 42. We have a lot of flexibility here in this draft when we get Barkley, Lamb, Adams. Michael Pittman Jr. goes 43. So we're either going to get Pittman or an elite quarterback here. But I'm pretty confident that's the direction that we want to go in. Mahomes goes, so we will go ahead. We will take Michael Pittman Jr. at pick 45. This is a start that I'm almost confident to say no other team in Best Ball Mania has this group of 4 players. Pittman's been a pick at the end of the 3rd round all offseason now. Devontae Adams went in the middle of the 2nd round all offseason. CeeDee Lamb went at pick 1 or 2 all offseason. This is freaking nuts here. This is nuts. And there are 6 spots open in that $500 draft if anybody else was wanting to get in. The team at 3, I'm sure, gets pretty excited when they have Jalen Hurts making it to him to pair up with Devonta Smith. Then Jacobs off the board at pick 47. God, I'm excited about this team. Lamar goes. I'm assuming this team takes Andrews as well in that case. God, I am so freaking excited here. I'm so excited. And yeah, I know a lot of people are drafting tonight. So if anybody, I've had like 3 people I personally know text me asking for rankings, asking for a draft cheat sheet. And yeah, if they're drafting tonight, I'd imagine the majority of y'all are drafting tonight as well. I'm going to go Terry McLaurin or Mark Andrews. I'm going to keep it stupid simple. I just think that we've been in such a good spot. And the thing with Anthony Richardson, with how bad he looked in the preseason, is we haven't seen Anthony Richardson fall to around 6 as of late since that preseason game. So I think there's no reason to reach on Richardson here. Instead, we can get the elite tight end with Mark Andrews at the 502. And now we have very solid wide receiver play. We have CeeDee Lamb, Devontae Adams, Michael Pittman Jr. We have an elite running back with Saquon Barkley. We have an elite tight end with Mark Andrews. Really beautiful spot. Tyrone says, I'm drafting tonight. Good luck. Good luck, my friend. Austin says, another Best Ball Mania if the $500 doesn't fill. Yes, we for sure can get a bunch of drafts going tonight, of course. If we hit 300 likes, we will fire up another draft after this one. But yeah, there are only 4 more spots in the big dog for anybody wanting to hop in. So looks like Dylan is out here ready to take our 500. Looking forward to it, my friend. Looking forward to going against you. But Kincaid goes immediately after pick 43 to the Mahomes team. James Cook off 54. I am so freaking pumped. This is one of my favorite starts that we've had all offseason through the first 5 rounds. If this was the $500 draft, I would be losing my mind. I'm already pumped, but I would really be going crazy. Okay. Okay, Kyle Pitts, 57. Keenan Allen goes 58. Okay. Rome sneaking his way up to round 5, obviously with a strong preseason, going back-to-back with Keenan Allen here. Okay. Okay. CH says, does your strategy shift at all when starting off this strong? In a little bit of a way. If we have like an incredibly strong start through the first 5 rounds like we do with this team, I go from not necessarily thinking that we need to shoot for the highest ceiling possible here in the middle rounds, and instead, let's just not ruin the team. Y'all know I have ruined a fair share of teams in my day, and that's what we're trying to look at here. Okay. It's JSN off the board at 62. God, I'm happy to see JSN go there. I was not pumped to take JSN at 69. Not when we're kind of okay with the wide receiver production that we have so far. Calvin Ridley goes. There's a good shot we get Anthony Richardson, as we already discussed. Vinny freaking snipes us on Anthony. Are you kidding me, my guy? Vinny takes an unstacked Richardson. We had Pittman. I thought we were going to get him. Ugh, brutal. Brutal, brutal, brutal. Godwin goes 67. Okay, this may not be as exciting. McCringle, funny name, takes Mixon. I'm not a Deontay fan. I'm not a big fan of Montgomery. CJ Stroud, we have no Texans. I think we're going to take Brian Thomas here. Set ourselves up with Trevor Lawrence a little later on. I don't know if that's the right pick. I really thought we were going to get either Mixon falling, Godwin falling, or Anthony Richardson, preferably A-Rich. I don't hate our Brian Thomas Jr. selection, but it's not as exciting as our other pieces. And real quick, there's only one spot left in that $500 draft. So it looks like we may end up getting the $500 draft going relatively soon. Deontay off the board immediately after. Yeah, one spot open in the $500 big dog. Let's go. Adrian says, try to not mess up the team challenge impossible. Yes, I know. This is that. Like I said, literally 5 minutes ago, when we have a start that's that strong through the first 5 rounds, my hope is we don't mess up the team. But it looks like ultimately that may end up happening here. But real quick, the $500 draft just filled. So here's what I need to do. I need to load this draft on another screen, switch the $500 draft over to the screen we're drafting on now. Okay, good. We are getting in the $500 one. We had a little bit of a warm up. Let's get in here. Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. Back-to-back $500 drafts with picks 10 and 11. Are you kidding? That is just extremely sad. There's nothing else to say other than that. That is sad, 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 sad. The other draft, we're going to go ahead. We're going to go Keon Coleman. I know people hate it, but we're going to do it. But just in case you haven't seen this tournament structure on Underdog, this is a $500 buy-in, $1 million prize pool. First place is $200,000. Second place is $100,000. Third place is $80,000. Fourth place is $50,000. I actually won this tournament 2 years ago. In that entry, I won $100,000 because back then it was only a $250 entry instead of a $500. So yes, I won this 2 years ago. I actually almost won it 3 years ago as well. So, which would have been crazy to say if we could have been back-to-back winners. Obviously, it doesn't happen. So, woulda, coulda, shoulda. But we will be a 2-time winner in this tournament this year. I'm telling you right now, some of us are born winners. You're looking at one of those guys right here. We're winning. We're winning this. Okay. Now, the hope when we're picking at 10 is somebody does something crazy in front of us, and we end up getting a decent players sliding, such as A.J. Brown. It's unlikely. It is nice to see Breece going so early. When y'all know back earlier in the offseason, when Breece Hall was going consistently at picks 8, 9, 10, he was my most drafted round 1 player. Okay, Bijan Robinson off at 7. Does a team here? Jefferson goes 8. Okay, this is freaking brutal. Wilson goes 9. Let's go. We get A.J. Brown. We get A.J. Brown here. Let's fire him up at pick 10. Okay. I thought, yeah, that was going to be a tough spot. CSU Ram at pick 11. I want to remind y'all, I know we said this in the live stream the other nights. The team at 11, they know what they are doing. They have won more money in fantasy football than I could ever dream of. They've been a high-stakes crusher for years and years and years. They know what they're doing. It's not going to be a fun experience having a draft next to them. Obviously, I'm the clown here doing the song and dance for you, but the team at 11 is probably the one that you want to watch if you're trying to learn a thing or two. And since we go A.J. Brown in round 1, I do think that we get the ability to take Jonathan Taylor off the board in round 2. I think we have that flexibility. We don't necessarily need to go wide receiver. And yeah, that team at the 1-2 turn decides to go Jahmyr Gibbs and Kyron Williams. The team at 9 gets a unique combo with Garrett Wilson and Jalen Waddle. Let's go. John says, Drake May looking good with the first drive. Take him in the last pick. I have mixed in some Drake May with our last picks, but not a ton. Okay, Barkley goes 18. So you have two teams in this draft deciding to go running back out the gate. Okay, in that other draft, we are taking Zamir White as our RB2. Deebo Samuel goes 19. Okay. Nico off at pick 20. Y'all see in the Flock League vlog, and obviously we're going to be covering that league all season. I took Nico Collins in the middle of round 2 there. That is a league that's a full PPR format where you can start up to 4 wide receivers. Okay. Evans off the board at 25. Okay. Shuzan says, updated draft guide being sent out tomorrow. I updated all my rankings and stuff on flockfantasy.com already with the draft guide. I work with shout out Zachary Link. He is in this live stream all the time, and he's a great graphic designer. So I'm just waiting for him to update all the graphics and stuff with the draft guide. I'll message him right now to see if it's going to be done tonight. If it's done tonight, I'll send out the email tonight, and I'll also update it on flockfantasy.com tonight. And the other draft, we take Dak Prescott to pick 100 to pair up with CeeDee Lamb. Okay. Neighbors goes 28. Isaiah Pacheco continues to go up the board. And the Flock League vlog will come out either tonight or tomorrow. We're just waiting on the editor to see when that gets done. Okay. Metcalf off 30. Isaac says, whenever he's just stopped talking and still go silent. Yeah, me thinking the video is buffering. It's not. It's not. Now that team at 7 decides to go with 0 receivers through the first 3 rounds, which that will be a very interesting team to follow throughout this. They do snipe us on Jalen Hurts for the A.J. Brown stack, so that isn't exactly ideal. I haven't taken a lot of Derrick Henry this year, just given his ADP, but with him falling here to the 3-4 turn, I think it will be a unique combo to go with Derrick Henry and A.J. Brown together. So we'll take Henry at 34. This does commit us to taking a wide receiver at pick 39, though, just because it will be very hard to find a wide receiver later at that point. Okay. Ryan says, with any of these $500 buy-ins, have you gotten a top 3 draft pick? So I think we've only done 3 $500 buy-ins on the live stream. I'm in a few $500 slow drafts off the live stream. And in those, yes, I have gotten a top 3 pick. But on the live stream, the 3 $500 drafts we've done this year, I don't think any have been a top 5 pick. Okay. Dell and Rice both off. Let's move this over. Sam Laporta goes. Laporta, one of my most drafted guys this year, as we've mentioned. I think we're pretty much locked and loaded into going with the wide receiver, though, when we only have A.J. Brown through the first 3 rounds. I will say, back when we won the big dog 2 years ago, A.J. Brown was my only receiver through the first 5 rounds. Then I took Devonta Smith at the 6-7 turn. So we did win this tournament with an anchor wide receiver in the past. Is that ideal? Probably not. We'll go ahead. We will take Pittman here, and we will send up a prayer that Anthony Richardson is not as bad as he looked. We'll send up a prayer that this Indianapolis Colts offense turns out to be okay. Simon says, the year that you won 150, have you ever gone back and looked at your strategies? Yeah, so like I said, that year I won this tournament for 100. I won another tournament for 20. I got 16th place in Best Ball Mania for 10. And I actually streamed the team that won 100. And we revisited and reacted to that live stream after we won it. And the team that won 20, we actually made a video directly after we drafted the team. I was on a trip to Alaska, so I was having to do a slow draft. But as soon as I got back to Austin, I made a video going through and talking about my strategy and my process and everything with how we drafted the team. And then we revisited and looked at that one as well. Okay. Now, we have Josh Allen going at pick 40. Really like the Allen selection. Travis Kelce off 41. I've noticed McBride sneaking up in these drafts as of late. Augusta says, hot take, Danny Dimes outscores Anthony Richardson. That is a hot take, my friend. The only way that happens in my mind is if we get an injury. I don't want to say that for certain, but it seems like the only way we could expect that to happen is if we get an injury. And of course, I want to remind you all, if you don't know what we're doing, we are drafting on Underdog Fantasy. I'm going to be drafting here every single night on the live stream until the season starts. It's the best place to get into an extra fantasy football draft because there's no time commitment at all during the season. It's how I draft hundreds of teams every year. It's how I won 150,000 2 years ago. And if you use code FLOCK when you sign up to Underdog Fantasy, you're going to get my 2024 rankings, 2024 draft guide, 2024 ADP consensus cheat sheet. Plus, you will also get hooked up with a Christian McCaffrey special pick'em more than less than half a total yard for week 1. That's exclusive to code FLOCK users. And also, if you're new to Underdog Fantasy, they have a new user special of Travis Kelce more than less than half a total yard for week 1. So you'll get both of those, actually. Okay. Let's move this over. Devin says, why not Flowers over Pittman? Because there's no way that we get Lamar Jackson making it back to us at pick 58. But there is a chance that we end up getting Anthony Richardson at 63. So that's why we'll go Pittman over Flowers. And I don't think there'll be too many Henry-Pittman combos based off where their ADPs have been all offseason. Okay. Andrews goes to the team that has Lamar. So that team there is a very, very interesting build, where they go with Tyreek Hill, then Achane, Pacheco, Lamar, Andrews. So they're sitting with the anchor wide receiver in only one of them through the first 5 rounds. Which I'm not going to fault them at all for going Lamar, Andrews. That's my favorite stack at cost. I try to target it every chance I get. But that's probably why I don't take Pacheco there at pick 27. That's probably why instead I go ahead and take like Devonta Smith. Okay. Now Kyle Pitts off the board here. Let's move that over. And yeah, I wasn't going to be super excited to take Pitts anyway, so no harm, no foul there. I definitely like this start less than the start that we had in the $25 Best Ball Mania. I would way rather have the last draft been the $500 one and this been the $25 one, but I think we're going to make it work. I don't think it's going to be too bad. And here at the 5-6 turn, we need to at least take one wide receiver. What's the report with Ridley? Okay. Just making sure it wasn't an injury. So we're going to go ahead. We will take Calvin Ridley at pick 58. I think that there's a pretty good shot that we are going to get Anthony Richardson falling to us at 63, given how Anthony Richardson looked in the preseason, how it seems like people are extremely scared of him at the moment. So we'll take Ridley and expect to get Richardson here. And that's exactly what does happen. So we'll take Anthony Richardson. And we are all in on the Colts with this team. Like I said, we are sending up a prayer that the preseason game doesn't matter, that maybe Anthony Richardson is still going to be a very good quarterback this season? I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. I do know that if he is starting, he's probably going to run the ball a ton, and he'll probably score some rushing points in the minimum. Okay, Walker goes 65. This is another team there at pick 7 that only has one receiver. That's a team that takes Evan Ingram at pick 55. I did not even notice that. So that team at 7 looks like maybe they are not used to underdog drafts, where they are probably just going to get crushed here. And I do want to reiterate, and I want to remind everybody, unless you are Bill Gates watching this, and if you are Bill Gates, if you are Mark Zuckerberg, if you are Bezos, then I have a great investment opportunity for you. Last round of funding we had, we are evaluated at $2 billion. I'll give you a little bit of a discount, though, because you're such a valuable investor to me. I'll cut you in 1% at $1 billion evaluation. But regardless, unless you are one of those guys, do not be jumping into a $500 underdog draft if you are new to underdog. For the love of God, go get in a $5 draft and get some practice in. Okay. Now, let's move this over. And in that Best Ball Mania draft, we are about to be back up on the clock. We have a bunch of different options we can go with. Hollywood Brown off 72. So we have a run of receivers here at the end of the 6th. Kamara goes. I think we may take an unstacked Tua in that other draft. We may take an unstacked. Yeah, we don't really have any other stacking options. We're going to go Tua and then target Johnny later in the other one. We get him pick 141. Okay. Hopkins off 75. Kyler goes 76. And dear God, we have 1,800 people watching this. I just saw that. This is probably the most amount of people we've had all year. So with all the people in the comment section telling me I'm washed, you may be correct, but please help me prove them wrong. Go down there, hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. Would help me out a ton. And if we hit 600 likes on the stream, we are going to get another draft going after that. Yes, we are. That's what I said. I think that a lot of people are drafting tonight their teams. And if they're not drafting tonight, I think a lot of them drafted earlier today. Okay. Ramondre Stevenson goes 79. Najee goes 80. Let's move this around. So Stroud, we don't have a potential pairing. And I know people are going to hate this. Actually, I can't do it. He has the week 14 bye. Never mind. I'll take Ladd McConkey. I was about to take an unstacked Stroud and say it's a smaller field tournament and we don't necessarily need to have one of the Houston Texans receivers. Here we'll give CSU Rams CJ Stroud to pair up with Tank Dell instead. Yeah, I for a second I thought we were just going to go with Stroud there. But if we took two quarterbacks that early, we wouldn't want to take a third. Anthony Richardson and Stroud would both have the week 14 bye. So I think it's tough to make an argument there. Okay, DeAndre Swift off the board. We could go Ferguson. We are going to go Ferguson. Ferguson's been falling down boards, but the big reason I want to go Jake Ferguson here is if you look at where tight ends have been going in this draft, you have Brock Bowers getting taken at 85 to the Sam Laporta team. You also saw Evan Ingram go at pick 55 in this draft. So pretty much across the board, tight ends been going ahead of their ADP, at least at every single draft slot so far in this one. So getting Ferguson a little bit behind his doesn't feel too bad. And we have seen Dak Prescott falling down boards. Now we'll say LOL Hot Dogs, who's been crushing us in these high stakes drafts for years, probably decides to take Dak Prescott at pick 95 or 98 though, because they don't have a quarterback and they have CeeDee Lamb. So it does make a lot of sense. Okay. Now, in WD says, what's up, mother flockers? What's your opinion on the draft guides Yahoo, ESPN, and Sleeper give you? So what I would do real quick, which is actually free for you, I believe, on flockfantasy.com, is if you actually want to see how your team stacks out, the issue what draft guides are going to do, like on ESPN, is if you look at the ESPN rankings, they're absolutely garbage. But if you go over to flockfantasy.com, you should be able to link your actual team to our site, and you should be able to use the community rankings for free to view the actual league standings of your league with the most value on which rosters. Now, you could also use my rankings to evaluate that. My rankings, though, will be behind a paywall. If you use code FLOCK, you'd get 30% off. But yeah, even if you're not wanting to spend any money, I'd still recommend going over to flockfantasy.com, linking your team. That way you can see, at least based off the community rankings, which are better than the ESPN rankings, are better than the sleeper rankings, how your team actually grades out compared to all the other teams in your league. Kohler says ESPN grades are comically bad. If you draft the number one kicker in DSC, you're guaranteed a high grade. Yeah, and another thing that we do on flockfantasy.com with those grades is we exponentially rate the players at the top. So say Christian McCaffrey is the highest ranked player. It is an exponential drop off from the number 1 ranked guy down to the number 10 ranked guy. So like CMC will have approximately, like where CMC goes pick 1 in this draft, Harrison goes off the board at 14. And your regular redraft league, based off your league settings, because our formula is different based off every league settings, where that we'll be able to pull from ESPN, Yahoo, Sleeper on the site. Like CMC could be worth double what Marvin Harrison Jr. is, even though one guy only goes at 1 and the other guy goes at 14. Okay. Now let's move this over. Tony Pollard off at pick 100. I know a lot of people were concerned about the usage that you saw from real quick. The usage that you had from Tajee Spears in the last draft. I'm sorry, in the last preseason game. Okay, so we're about to be back up on the clock here. Jordan Love falling a considerable amount. There's some other guys falling down draft boards here as well. Caleb Williams goes pick 104 ahead of Jordan Love. Javonte goes, we can take Love here and then actually potentially get Dontavian and Wicks there at pick 111. So we're going to take Jordan Love as our second quarterback. Obviously, in your regular redraft league, you don't take 2 quarterbacks. We're doing this because it's best ball on Underdog. If you don't know how best ball operates, if I was submitting a regular starting lineup, I would put Anthony Richardson in my starting lineup. But on Underdog, you don't submit your starting lineups. At the end of every week, your highest scoring player goes into your lineup. So if Jordan Love has a massive blow-up game and Anthony Richardson has a dud, then we get to start Jordan Love instead of Anthony Richardson. So there is some merit in taking 2 top quarterbacks. Obviously, no waiver wire moves on Underdog as well, so you're going to have to take more than 1 QB. It is sad when we see Dontavian Wicks get taken from us at pick 108. It's not the end of the world, however, because we should be able to target some of these other Packers later on, which is why I'm always okay taking Jordan Love. Okay. Action Kev says, is Underdog available in Communist Canada? Underdog is available in these states here in the U.S. You can see the map, and it's available everywhere in Canada outside of Ontario. It's not available in Ontario, I believe. Y'all have DK and FanDuel there instead, but everywhere outside of Ontario, Underdog is available. And those states as well that we showed on the screen, which is pretty much every single state. Texas, California, Florida, Michigan, New York, they all have Underdog. Let's move this over. So now wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown. Real quick, have to make a pick in the other draft. We'll go with Hunter Henry. But we have A.J. Brown, Michael Pittman Jr., Calvin Ridley, Ladd McConkey at wide receiver. Running back, we have Jonathan Taylor, Derrick Henry, Tajee Spears. Quarterback, we have Anthony Richardson and Jordan Love. We have Anthony Richardson stacked up with Michael Pittman Jr. And we have, honestly, a full-blown Indy onslaught. We have Taylor here as well. And then we have Jordan Love unstacked. Hopefully looking at maybe a Green Bay tight end later on. Taylor asking if ESPN's not on Flock Fantasy. Okay, well, if you can't link your ESPN league on Flock Fantasy right now, I apologize. Maybe I spoke a day early. You should be able to link ESPN on Flock Fantasy tomorrow. I have another meeting with the developers tomorrow. About to have a massive, massive upgrade to flockfantasy.com, which make sure you're on the lookout for. I thought we already pushed the ESPN linking live yesterday. So I guess the only thing that if you're on Yahoo or if you're on Sleeper, you can link with Flock Fantasy right now. Flockfantasy.com, that is. LOLG, welcome to being a member of the Flock. I know you've been a member of the Flock for a very long time, my friend, but happy to see you. And at the 111, I would go A.J. Brown, full PPR format. Unless it's 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, then I think you could go Jahmyr Gibbs if you really wanted. Okay. So Tua off 118. Bryce says, I got the rankings from signing up on Underdog, but how do I find the updated rankings? So yeah, the most up-to-date one, you should also have free access to flockfantasy.com if you use code FLOCK on Underdog. You can always find the most updated rankings on flockfantasy.com. That's how I update my rankings every single time. And also, let me see if so Zach, who is designing the draft guide, has not gotten back to me just yet. We'll either also send an email up with all the updated rankings again tonight or tomorrow morning with the updated draft guide as well to everybody sign up to Underdog. Okay. Brandon Cooks off the board to pick 122. Dallas Goedert goes 121. Jerry Jeudy goes. Okay, what are we going to do here? Running back for sure still in play with us, right? We only have Taylor, Henry, and Spears. Cecil says, I signed up on Underdog last week and also just came for the Flock. Much love, my friend. Please let me know what you think of the overhaul that we are going to have very, very soon. I can't wait for y'all to see it. It's going to be so damn nice. Adonai Mitchell off the board. We'll go ahead and we will take Nick Chubb here. Obviously, Chubb, we're not expecting production at the beginning portion of the year. We are hoping for upside in the second half of the season, which is why he's going to pick 130, not pick 18. And maybe the Foreman injury helps Nick Chubb just a bit because maybe they have no other option but to try to rush Nick Chubb back. Okay. Connor says, really like the new format with no super chats. Thank you for listening to feedback. You the best. Much love, much love. Yeah, I think that unless something dramatically happens, like if I'm not able to pay people anymore, if I'm running low on funds, then maybe we turn super chats back on. But for the time being, that is probably not a concern. So I don't want to say we'll never have super chats ever, because I may be forced to turn them on eventually. But for the time being, I think we're good to go as is. Okay. Fo5 says, do the end of draft projections on Underdog influence how you feel about your drafted team? Not at all. I think Underdog ADP, at least positionally, is probably the best ADP list that you're going to be able to find and extremely useful if you're drafting on another platform. But in terms of what we would be looking at with our projection at the end of the, oh my gosh, we're going to take Ezekiel Elliott instead of Benson. I think I like Trey Benson way more than Ezekiel Elliott this year. I actually took Trey Benson in the Flock League, But the issue is when we already have Nick Chubb, we're already in a position where we have a lot of the upside for the second half of the year. And we're kind of just trying to look for production that we're going to get at the beginning portion of the season. So it is a little bit of a tougher spot to be in, but we'll work with it. We'll work with it. Okay. Now let me show off this team, and let's show off this entire board. So now at wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown, Michael Pittman Jr., Calvin Ridley, Ladd McConkey. Running back, we have Jonathan Taylor, Derrick Henry, Tajay Spears, Nick Chubb, Ezekiel Elliott. If I didn't take Nick Chubb, I would have for sure taken Trey Benson instead of Zeke. Quarterback, we have Anthony Richardson double stacked with Pittman and Jonathan Taylor. And we have an unstacked Jordan Love, potentially looking at Luke Musgrave later on in this draft. Okay. A-Rod says, we need 3 more to fill the Meet the Flockers chat redraft league, if anyone's interested. Yeah. A-Rod messaged me about this. If you are in the live chat every single night, I would let A-Rod know that you want to be in the chat flock league. I'm not running it. I have no association with it. So if anything goes wrong, don't come screaming at me. But if you're in the chat every night and you want a league to hop into, A-Rod is setting that up. Okay. Now, Jalen Polk goes at pick 140. Clearly, we need wide receiver, and clearly we are done taking running backs in this draft. 'Frymuth off the board at 143. Josh Downs goes 144. Falony asking if I dabbled in the in-season underdog tournaments last year. Not a lot. A couple different reasons. One, during the season, I'm streaming so much, just the live Q&As, and I have so much work I have to do with 2 videos at a time. Plus, I have all my managed leagues, like the Dynasty leagues, and then I'm going to be dealing a lot with the Flock League this year. So I just have a lot going on during the season, and I absolutely love the underdog drafts in the offseason, like the 18 rounds, full-blown season-long best ball. I've had a ton of success with them. They're a lot of fun, but I don't have nearly as much fun with like the week-to-week drafts on Underdog just because it does feel a lot more like DFS. I know some people that love it. They freaking love it. But for me, I was never into DFS. So the week-to-week drafts aren't super exciting for me on Underdog. I know other people really do enjoy them, though, like I already said. Okay. Hey, I'm Goose, asking how many platforms we stream to. I think 7 now. I stream to Twitter. I stream to YouTube. I stream to Twitch. I stream to Instagram, TikTok, OnlyFans, Rumble, Kick, Amazon Prime, Netflix, Hulu, Disney Plus. So I actually stream to 12 different platforms. But what can I say? When Netflix comes to me and tells me they'll give me $80 million a year for these high quality streams to be on their platform, am I supposed to say no? Am I supposed to? And yeah, I mean, if y'all think my $80 million yearly contract to Netflix is a lot, dear God, y'all should see how much I'm making on OnlyFans. It is. It's so much money that the bank called me and they said they could not keep me as a customer. They said that they just couldn't handle that inflow. So I think we're going to go ahead. We are going to take Adam Thielen. This is to the point where sending up prayers for wide receiver production. Let's get an old dusty guy in here. We take Luke Musgrave, so we at least have somebody to pair up with Jordan Love. But obviously we need some wide receivers here. Okay. Now, wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown, Michael Pittman Jr., Calvin Ridley, Ladd McConkey, Adam Thielen. Running back, we have Taylor, Henry, Tajee Spears, Nick Chubb, Ezekiel Elliott. Quarterback, we have Richardson with Pittman and Taylor. We have Love with Luke Musgrave. And a tight end, we have Jake Ferguson, Luke Musgrave. Okay. Brandon, I think I have like 9 Best Ball Mania teams I can draft still. 8 or 9. I do think Best Ball Mania on Underdog fills relatively quickly, though. I don't think it's going to take too long. Okay. Braylon Allen off the board at 162. Khalil Herbert goes 163. Really hoping we have as many of these running backs off the board as possible. Really just the main thing that we need is we need to see some wide receivers fall into us. Okay. Yes, I am almost maxed out on Best Ball Mania. I think we've maxed out BBM over the past 3 years every year. I don't want to say that with 100% confidence because I could definitely be wrong. This year, 100% confidence, I can say we're going to max out BBM. But I think we've done it over the past few years as well. Okay, Sticky Ricky off the board at 168. Good for us. We can't take Sticky Ricky in another high-stakes draft and light another $500 on fire. Thank you for saving me here, whoever did that. Tyler Conkin goes 172. Brandon says, what percentage is considered high exposure? So if you're only doing the 12-team drafts on Underdog, you should have, on average, every player at about 8.3% of your leagues. If you just take every player at their average clip, obviously, it would be impossible for you to ever do that. But theoretically, it'd be 8.3% of your drafts. So say you draft a player in only 4% of your drafts, you have them half as often as you would on average. If you have him in 16% of your drafts, you have him twice as much as you would on average. So I would consider a high exposure mark at about 16%, but I do ultimately think that's up to you. And yeah, we are going to go ahead. We are going to take another rookie receiver to pair up with Ladd McConkey. We'll take Jalen McMillan. Look decent in the preseason. And I know these guys are going to tempt me with Big Q. So just get prepared for that. Get prepared for that. And I will say the same thing we say every time. We tell Big Q to come on down to this team, my friend. I agree. Quentin Johnston is a bum. Marvin Mims is also very bad. Both these guys had their rookie seasons last year. Marvin Mims scored 59 points. Quentin Johnston scored 75. Jordan Whittington is a day 3 player that I'm rooting for, but realistically with a really bad prospect profile. So we are going to take the Big Q. We are down to 13% of them after last night. I'd imagine we're back up at 14% after what we have done as of late. And yeah, we needed a wide receiver. And I guess we are now in on this Chargers offense with the Big Q and Ladd McConkey. Okay. Vidal goes 184. Jordan Mason goes 185. Now that it looks like Mason is for sure the backup running back to McCaffrey, probably is a great pick here. Bigsby goes 186. Yeah, Bigsby is one of my most drafted players at this point. Okay. Shipley 189. Tracy goes 188. I just don't know what we're going to do with the next two rounds. Obviously, Best Ball Mania, I think we're in a spot where we potentially have to go wide receiver. However, with this being a smaller stakes draft, a higher stakes, smaller field tournament on Underdog, I think we could potentially take another onesie position, whether that is quarterback, whether that is tight ends. I think we could kind of go either way here. Damian Pierce off 192. Colby Parkinson goes as well. Enemy of Cruelty says, if a tournament does not fill, does the prize pool drop? No, it's way better than that. Best Ball Mania is going to fill, so don't think Best Ball Mania won't fill. But say Underdog guarantees that there's $1 million prize pool with the tournament, and there are only $500,000 worth of entries into said tournament. What Underdog then has to do at that point is Underdog has to front $500,000 to fill the rest of the prize pool. It's called an overlay. It's very common in like poker tournaments, obviously tournaments such as Underdog as well. The marathon on Underdog is a $15 tournament that may not fill, that Underdog may have to throw a bunch of money into the prize pool there. But I think Best Ball Mania should fill relatively easily. Brandon says he doesn't think the sprint will fill. I think the sprint will fill. I know from a percentage standpoint, it doesn't look like it's going to, but you don't need that many teams to fill the sprint. I think the marathon is less likely to fill and have an overlay on Underdog. Which, yeah, don't be worried about the marathon. If you drafted a team in the marathon and it does not fill, that dramatically increases your odds to win a decent amount of money. And yes, I don't know if it will fill or not. I'm definitely not advertising it to not fill. And we're done at running back. I think we can take a third tight end, with our tight ends being Ferguson and Luke Musgrave. Wide receiver here, I just have no idea what to do. I've been taking a ridiculous amount of Roman Wilson, but I don't know if that's something we should continue to do. Might as well mix in Marvin Mims. I haven't taken much Mims. And then at tight end, we can maybe go Dolchich. I don't want to go Gesicki just because he's been drafted so often. We're going to go with one of these tight ends. But let's hop into another draft on Underdog. So if you were looking for a tournament that may not fill, the marathon would be that. I'm not getting into a marathon draft, but this is a $15 buy-in, 150,000 entry tournament. There have only been 71,000 entrants so far. So there has to be 80,000 more entrants into the marathon. So I think that's the main one that you potentially be on the lookout for. And we're going to get into Best Ball Mania. This is a $25 buy-in, $15 million prize pool. It's the largest fantasy football tournament on the planet. And we are in here. Okay. Give us a good pick. We're pick 2. Let's go. I see Brandon in this draft with us. Please let me know if you got in this draft. Let me know if you're in this draft with us. Joshua in this draft at 12. Soups in this draft with us at 10. Like I see Brandon is in this draft with us at 9. Favorite spot of the draft. Austin in this draft with us at 4. Let's go. Enemy of Cruelty says, nope, wanted to know my location. Yeah, Underdog has to verify your location to make sure that you're in one of these states if you want to get into a draft. Okay. And yeah, let's go at pick 2. Let's go. So at pick 2, I think that I probably, if CMC goes, I probably pivot to Tyreek. Yeah, CMC goes. So I'm going to go ahead. I will take Tyreek. I've officially moved Tyreek over Lamb in our rankings. Don't know if we're just panicking, blah, blah, blah. But this is a situation in which Lamb's missed a large chunk of time. I don't know if that means Lamb's a little bit more risky in terms of maybe getting an injury at the beginning of the season, starting slower at the beginning of the season. But I don't know. Okay. Let's see. James says Tyreek has a bum finger. Can everybody just spam the chat and help me out with this? There are 2 questions I need to ask you. The first one that I need your opinion about. Are you taking Tyreek Hill or CeeDee Lamb at this point of the year? You're on the clock at pick 2. You decide you want to go with one of these receivers. Tyreek Hill or CeeDee Lamb. Please let me know which direction you're going with. And Antler Ice, I'm very sorry to hear what happened. My guy, completely understand not being able to make it. Really praying for you. Really hoping that everything works out. And like I said, I'm very sorry. And I completely understand. But let's see what people are saying. Tyreek, Lamb, Tyreek, Lamb, Tyreek, Lamb, Tyreek, Lamb, Tyreek, Lamb, Tyreek. It does look like most people want Tyreek Hill over CeeDee Lamb at this point. Now, the next question I need to ask y'all is another update I made in my rankings was Jamar Chase versus Amon-Ra St. Brown. Chase made his way back to training camp today, which is nice to see. But Chase is also somebody that missed a large chunk of time during training camp. Didn't play in any of the preseason. At this point, are you wanting Chase or St. Brown? Chase or St. Brown? Please let me know. But Amon-Ra, Chase, Amon-Ra, Chase, Chase, Amon-Ra, Chase, Amon-Ra. Amon-Ra, Chase, Amon-Ra, Chase, Amon-Ra. It does look like it's very split. In the Flock League, which y'all see that vlog, hopefully tonight and maybe tomorrow, I took Chase at pick 7. Amon-Ra St. Brown went off the board to Avery from Domain at pick 4. I was very excited about Chase at pick 7 in a full PPR format for sure. Okay, Devontae Adams off 22. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Olave here easily. In comparison to the other receivers like Neighbors, I'm easily taking Olave. Loop says, what's the Flock League channel name? It's going to be very hard to remember. But the Flock League channel name is the Flock League. Okay, let's make sure we got that. The Flock League channel name is the Flock League. Just look it up on YouTube, my guy. It has like 1.2, 1.3, 1.4 thousand subs. And yeah, it's going to be more like a reality TV show following all the creators and following the league and stuff. A lot of trash talk, not a lot of fantasy football advice. We're going to take Kyron Williams. I will reiterate, one of my favorite starts in fantasy football on Underdog. You're not going to be able to get this in your regular redraft league. Is wide receiver Kyron Williams. If you wanted to maybe go to I don't know. In your regular redraft league, if you wanted to go like Tyreek, then Kyron Williams, and then Chris Olave, I think you could do that as well. But in your regular redraft league, you'd for sure have to go Kyron in round 2. Bryce, we did not post the vlog yet. Hopefully it'll be out tomorrow. Okay. And yes, I do like Kyron over Achane still. I still stand by Kyron Williams over Devon Achane. Relatively easily. I don't say easily, but I stand by it. But of course, like I said, we are streaming these drafts every single night on this channel. These are best ball drafts, so there's no time commitment at all during the year. That's why it's a great spot to get into an extra fantasy football draft. You're not going to be replacing the main league that you care most about. But if you wanted to get into a draft with us, whether that's tonight, tomorrow, the next night, we are drafting every single night. You can find the link to Underdog Fantasy in the description, in the comment section, in the live chat. Code FLOCK will hook you up with my 2024 fantasy football rankings, 2024 fantasy football draft guide. Plus, you will also get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. And on top of that, a Christian McCaffrey special pick on more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, you'll also be getting a Travis Kelce special pick on more than less than half a total yard for week 1 as well. So make sure you take advantage of that. Okay. But let's move this over. And yes, 900 likes and we will get another draft going, just in case you didn't know. But Thomas, the GOAT, the editor, who is in the vlog, you'll see, I don't want to give away too many surprises, but he won something at the very beginning, which is exciting. He just texted me a vlog about to finish uploading to the drive. So here's what we're going to do. I will, as we're streaming, we're going to, pray to God my computer can handle it. I'm going to upload the vlog to the channel. And at the end of this live stream, I will make the vlog public and I will send the link in the live chat. So if you want to see the vlog, make sure you stick around to the end of this live stream. And should be, to be honest with you, I really, really want to watch it. So I kind of want to end the stream right now just so I can watch it, but I'm not going to do that. We're going to get a couple more drafts going. I'm going to be patient. And I just kind of want to watch it and react to it on the stream as well. But the issue with that is it's a new channel. So the vlog actually probably needs views rather than just everybody watching it on this. So I want to watch it on the stream, but the vlog, it's a brand new channel. So it probably needs views. So I probably don't want to react to it on this live stream. Would be fun though. Okay. Okay, Travis Kelce off the board at pick 41. And no, we are not going to have super chats. I talked about that previously, but Brissett's shoulder injury. So this does explain why we saw a rise in Drake May in the past few drafts. It will be very interesting to see the Pats offense. I know a lot of people, especially a lot of people at the Flock draft week, were very excited about May. But if you look at sports books, they are projecting the Patriots to be the worst offense in the NFL this year. Tyrone asking how the community rankings are different from the expert rankings. So if you go to the expert rankings on flockfantasy.com, the expert rankings will be a combination of my rankings, the rankings of the guys at Fantasy Stock Exchange, the rankings of the guys at Fantasy Domain, the rankings of the guys at Fantasyland, all combined into one individual list. If you hit filter, you can actually sort and you can add my rankings and just look at my rankings if that's all you care about. And the community rankings are dictated by an algorithm where every single time you go to the rankings page, you'll be prompted with a would you rather between two players. You pick your side, and then we we just have another data point for our algorithm on the back end. Terry McLaurin goes. So we will go ahead. We will take Patrick. Actually, yeah, we're going to take Mahomes. Even an unstacked Mahomes in round 5. We won, God knows how much money 2 years ago doing this. I think Mahomes in round 5, regardless of your other options, you have to take him. And we can go Hollywood round 7. But yeah, the community rankings are free on flogfantasy.com anytime anybody wants to check them out. The expert rankings and my rankings will be up behind a paywall, but you can always go and just look at the community rankings for free. Okay. JDT says, hey man, good to meet at the meetup. We didn't get to chat too much, but me and my buddies had a great time. Thank you so much for coming. This meetup was awesome. I really appreciate everybody coming to the meetup this year. Was a ton of fun. And I definitely think going forward, we're going to try to make that a regular thing. Usually we do the meetup in January where it's just at the park, which maybe we do that again, but it was really fun actually having the meetup at an official place, even if I did have to work a lot to put it together. But it's not the worst thing in the world having to put that together. Okay. James Cook's off the board at pick 54. Alex says, when's the next meetup? Maybe we do one in January, depending on how much people want it. But we'll definitely do another one in August. Xavier Worthy off 56. I read that for a second as Xavier Legette, and I almost lost my mind. Okay, but yeah, so far at wide receiver, we have Tyreek, Olave, Amari. Running back, we have Kyron. And quarterback, we have Mahomes. Okay. Brandon says Pickens has been a big follower lately. I haven't noticed that. And I haven't taken a lot of Pickens this year. But with him falling this much, I definitely think I should be mixing it in. Because Pickens was a big-time follower with the concerns that you potentially had Brandon Ayuk getting traded to Pittsburgh. Now that it looks like that's not happening. I don't know. I mean, getting Pickens at the end of round 5 versus the beginning of round 4 where he's previously going seems like a pretty good cost. The team at 12 decides to go CJ Stroud to pair him up with Nico Collins, Stephon Diggs, and Joe Mixon to go 4 Texans through the first 6 rounds. Probably a little bit much if you were trying to have an elite ceiling for weeks 15, 16, 17. I don't necessarily know how they all get there. Okay. Brian Thomas off pick 65. Oh, dear God. I know I've already said this 1,000 times, but I do think it's pretty cool. But the girlfriend who's usually on the roof holding the antenna up so we can live stream also usually gets us water when I run out of water during live streams. And sadly, she's in New Jersey helping film Happy Gilmore 2. So your boy's on his own and your boy's out of water. So I need to train this little dog that's laying underneath me to learn how to fill up a cup of water for me. Okay. So let's move this over. Kyle Pitts off at 68. Pitts falling a considerable amount here. Oh, dear God. What's going to happen to our pick? Keon Coleman goes 69. So we know here at 71 or 74, we probably want to take a Hollywood to pair him with Mahomes. I haven't drafted a lot of Hollywood when he was going to the 4-5 turn. I thought he was a horrendous pick. Let's go. We are here. Let's freaking go. We get George Kittle. I thought there was no way we were getting George Kittle. Oh my gosh. I thought we weren't getting Kittle because you look at this draft. The team at pick 5 takes Dalton Kincaid and Kyle Pitts. The team at pick 10 takes Sam Laporta, Trey McBride. Ooh, this is exciting, exciting stuff. We will most likely take Hollywood Brown here to pair up with Patrick Mahomes. Oh, let's go. God, this is a good team. This is a good team. Let's move this down. Wide receiver, we now have Tyreek Hill, Chris Olave, Amari Cooper, Hollywood Brown. Running back, we have Kyron Williams holding down the forward for us. We have the elite quarterback with Mahomes stacked with Hollywood. And we have George Kittle. Exciting. Firestarter asking for a quick break for water. Maybe we will do that when we get the next draft going. And I don't know if we are. Can someone let me know how many likes we are at? Like I said, if we hit 900 likes, we are going to get another draft going after this one. But we've been on a roll today. These have turned out to be pretty damn good drafts. You know what? This is called showing up when the pressure's here. The most viewers we ever have on a live stream. All of a sudden, I figure out how to actually draft a good fantasy football team for the first time in my entire life. So let's go. Let's go. Okay. Barty says, what product do you use in your hair, Jason? Very funny one that I'm called Jason here, which I appreciate. Second thing is, I don't think I've put anything in my hair since I was 12. Outside of I tried Rogaine 2 years ago, and then I started having chest pains from it. So I only took it for like 2 weeks, and someone sent me something saying I was going to get like adult asthma because of it. Stop taking Rogaine, so now the hairline's getting cooked. But outside of that, never put anything really in the hair other than shampoo and condition. Okay. Jamison Williams off the board at pick 84. We're okay with wide receivers going, right? I mean, we have 4 receivers. We only have Kyron Williams at running back. So I mean, I think we're in a good spot to hopefully get some running backs making it back to us. Zepti says, just had my team graded first on the Flock Fantasy website. Hell yes. Congrats. And Naeem says, trip to Turkey on the bucket list. To be honest, which 100%. The thing is, I'm probably too young to get my hairline fixed, but that is in the cards. That is a possibility here. But if I am going to do that, let's send up a prayer. I win Best Ball Mania. I win 1.5 million. And instead of going to Turkey, I can just go to LA and get the people who fix up the actors to do it for me. Now that is what we need. If we win Best Ball Mania and I win 1.5 million, I'll make an entire video vlog of me going to Turkey and not going to Turkey, going to LA, getting a new hairline. Now, if I don't win Best Ball Mania and we're having a ball on a budget, then maybe, yes, you get a vlog of me going to Turkey to save some bucks. Okay. Yeah, Sean says, win another 150K and you're locked in for a new hairline. I'm going to get a new hairline that starts right here. Right here. And I'm going to pretend that nothing ever happened. Okay. Let's move this over. Running back, if we were to go with one here, it is Jonathan Brooks. Tony Pollard is a big-time riser as well, though. So to be honest, we may not necessarily have to take Pollard. What we can do instead is we can take Brock Bowers with the expectation that we get one of these running backs making it back to us. Whether that's Jonathan Brooks, whether that is Tony Pollard, I think that we should get somebody here. I think I probably prefer Tony Pollard over. No, I prefer Brooks. Just because in weeks 15, 16, 17, I think Brooks has a higher ceiling. And that's kind of what we're chasing specifically in this tournament here. Yeah, and Pollard goes anyway. So we will get Jonathan Brooks as our RB2. Okay. Naeem says, I'm rocking the Stephen A. Smith. Not proud of it. I think I maybe said this last year, but I've come like a complete 180 on Stephen A. Smith. Where back whenever I was like, oh, you have to take sports seriously, blah, 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 blah. This guy's a clown. He just says anything for clicks, blah, 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 blah. Like I would get mad when I saw Stephen A. stuff. But over the past like 12 months, seeing like the Stephen A. clips of like him like answering who would win in a fight between like the Rizzler and Big Justice, that stuff is freaking peak content. Like Stephen A. Smith is the GOAT, honestly. I went from absolutely hating him Because all he does is like obviously play a character on TV, to thinking that like the character he plays is just so damn funny. So funny. Okay. Two Shots says, why is Pollard rising? Been out of town for a few days. So the Titans took out their starters and they left Tajay Spears in, which is interesting. Michael says, sorry I'm late. Is the Flock League vlog dropping tomorrow? The Flock League vlog is dropping right after this live stream. As soon as this live stream ends, I will make the Flock League vlog public. And I'll send the link in the live chat for everybody. Okay. I'm downloading this now. This is a big file. This is 4.2 gigs. I will let you know as I upload this video, because like I said, the editor just got it for us. We have like, I want to say maybe 3-4, probably 3.5 hours of footage from the draft and from the vlog. I don't know what the editor is going to cook it down to. I'll let you know in 1 second. I'm so damn excited to see this vlog. I'm going to send it to literally everybody. Okay. Al Johnson says, how do you ask a question for base and answer directly? I answer all questions through flockfantasy.com. If you're not already. Okay. Loop says you can drop it as a premiere and then you can watch with us in the live chat. I'm pretty sure all live viewers count as views on a video. Yeah, I'll do the video as a premiere on the channel. I'll do the video as a premiere. Okay. Dak Prescott off the board to pick 110. And, oh, here's what I need from y'all. Oh, this vlog looks so damn good. Tom is cooked with this. I'm just skimming through this right now. I am so excited. This is is 29 minutes. Oh. God, I'm excited. I'm so excited for the vlog. Tom is cooked with this. Okay. All right, anyway, let's get back to this. What has happened since we took Jonathan Brooks? Chase Brown. Spears still goes to pick 101. I think at this point, you for sure take Javonte over Tajay Spears if you are going to go running back there. Mr. Turbo, it's releasing right after this stream. So I don't know how many more drafts we're going to do. We're definitely, I think if we hit 900 likes, we're definitely going to do another one. But there's a chance we do a ton of drafts tonight with how many people are here. But it's an early night right now. It's only 8:39. We haven't started some of the live streams until this late. Couple other nights. God, I'm so excited to watch this vlog. Okay, but let's move this over. So we are done drafting tight end through the rest of this when we already have Kittle and Bowers. We have Olave, so might as well double down on these Saints receivers here. Take Shaheed and play the what if game. What if Derek Carr isn't the check down princess this year? What if Derek Carr is actually decent? What if? Okay. And obviously the probability of that happening is slim, but we are in a $25 buy-in, $1.5 million for first league. So we are kind of shooting for the ceiling here anyway. Okay, we could go Tua to pair up with Tyreek, but we also could go with a 3 QB build and wait to see some of these guys later. So, you know what? We're going to actually mix something up. We're going to take Blake Corum, pair him up with Kyron Williams, which could potentially give us a little bit of a unique combo by the time we get to the fantasy football playoffs here in this. Let's go. Aristotle Enjoyer, longtime member of the flock. Happy to see you here, my friend. Happy to see you. Okay, let me open up another window. Let me upload the flock vlog for y'all. And please, if we start to lose some connection here, let me know. But I think we should be good. This is embarrassing here. There are a couple things that I learned. The creators that were there for the flock draft week were so much more knowledgeable than I was in terms of like just technology and blah, blah, blah. So I obviously have Ethernet with our live streams. Like I plugged an Ethernet cord into my computer, but apparently I was never actually using Ethernet because my Wi-Fi was on. Apparently you have to turn your Wi-Fi off to actually use Ethernet. So since I learned that, our computer speed has just been through the freaking roof. Well, let's move this over. So people saying there's a lawsuit against Marvin Harrison Jr. Let me pull this up and let's read what this is about. Okay. Marvin Harrison Jr. Okay. Being sued by Fanatics. Is this because he's not signing his deal so they can't sell his jersey? This doesn't seem... literally, I have no interest in talking about this. I don't think it matters at all. Harrison's being sued. If this gets you any discount on him whatsoever, yeah, if it's not criminally related, you buy the discount. I think it's kind of irrelevant. Okay. Now, Gus Edwards makes it all the way down to 136. Gus Edwards definitely has been a faller as of late. Okay. Schultz goes 137. We are definitely not taking a tight end, so thank you for that. Okay. Hawkinson goes, thank you, thank you. Ooh, do not tempt me. Do not tempt me. Do not do this to 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 me. Dear God. I thought we were going to get to a pick 143 to pair up with Tyreek. I was about to lose my mind. Now, instead, more likely than not, we're going to go ahead. We're going to look to go with some running backs, possibly a receiver here. Obviously, we're not taking tight ends. Michael Wilson looks appealing given the fact that you do have Zay Jones getting suspended. Algier goes 141. Okay. Dobbins off. Hell yeah. Charbonnet would have been the guy that I wanted here. Perfect. Let's freaking go. AB says, any tips on starting up a fantasy football YouTube channel? The number one tip I have is you need to start today, right this second. Put out a video tonight and put out a video every single day for years. I promise you, you are going to be horrendous at making videos at the very beginning. I promise you, nobody is going to watch any of your videos at the very beginning. That is a good thing because you're going to be able to learn a ton. You're going to be able to get a lot better, and you're going to be able to just naturally grow over time. I uploaded videos every single day for years and years and years, never thinking in a million years that it could be a job. I was just doing it because it's my favorite thing in the world. And then all of a sudden, it actually turned into something. So if you, and I say this all the time, and I would say this is true about any type of like content creation or true with anything. Like if you want to do an Ironman, I did an Ironman. What did I do? I just started training right that day when I decided I wanted to do it. So there's no secret to it. You just have to put in a lot of reps. You just have to get decent at it like anything else in life. So instead of just sitting there trying to prepare and trying to map out what it could look like, start doing it right now. Okay. But yeah, I probably uploaded I would literally record multiple videos, go to class. I was in college. Just sit there, edit videos all day. It was all I did for years. It's my favorite thing in the world. And that was back before anybody had it as a job. The fantasy footballers, it was their job, but obviously no normal people. And by normal people, I mean the fantasy footballers obviously are gods in the fantasy football realm. Okay. Sundog says the closet videos. Were you there for the closet videos, my guy? Or have you heard about the closet videos? I know you've been with us for a long time. I don't think you were there for the closet videos. Okay. Andrew says, hey, Mason, do you know if Underdog's dropping any new tournaments before the start of the season? I know for 100% fact that Underdog is dropping the Flock Community Tournament Monday night and a Flock Community Tournament Thursday night. And then the next Monday night. So we're going to have multiple new Flock Community Tournaments. In terms of other ones, I just don't know. Okay. And yeah, we're taking Michael Wilson over Jahan Dotson relatively easily here. Michael Wilson looks like he's a really good shot to be the wide receiver 2 in Arizona. Dotson looks like at best he is the 5th option in this Phillies offense. Okay. So Bucky Irving off the board to pick 157. I think we are going to take 3 quarterbacks with this team. I definitely want Derek Carr on a team that we have both Olave and Shaheed. But if Derek Carr is our second quarterback, we want a third. We definitely want a third. Okay. Naeem says Flock Community Tournaments are the wildest drafts this year. They are fun. I'm surprised y'all like the Flock Community Tournaments as much as y'all do. They literally fill immediately. Okay. Will Levis goes pick 160. Let's move this around. I think we have a lot of flexibility with what we want to do with this pick. Quarterback, we have Mahomes. Running back, we have Kyron, Jonathan Brooks, Blake Corum, Zach Charbonnet. Wide receiver, we have Tyreek, Olave, Amari, Hollywood, Shaheed, Michael Wilson. Tight end, we have Kittle and Bowers. So we can do a lot here. Okay. Tyler Conklin goes 163. Sticky Ricky 164. Khalil Herbert has been a big-time riser, which as a Texas Longhorn guy and somebody that has been drafting a lot of Roschon Johnson this season, it pains me to see it. Okay. Thielen 165. So we could go Rodgers, and then later on, if we wanted to, we could target Malachi Corley. Rodgers goes, so instead we'll take Demario Douglas. Taking Douglas does give us the option to go Drake May later on as well, so we could go Drake May and Derek Carr as our second and third quarterbacks. Luck and Drew says, did Flock Fantasy release the ESPN draft guide today? No, we did not, but what I'm going to do for everybody is I actually had somebody reaching out to us wanting us to do their ESPN draft with them on Tuesday nights. And we are going to do a live ESPN draft on Tuesday night, which what's going to be interesting about that is, and we're going to take Antonio Gibson. And I definitely think at this point we target Drake May in one of these last rounds. Let's say, what if he is good? What if the New England Patriots offense isn't horrendous? Which we'll see. But yeah, I'm going to do an ESPN draft on Tuesday night. But I think it's going to be a very good example of a league that you would just do with your friends and family, your work buddies. It's a 10-team, league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So it's definitely a league that you can exploit. So we'll see. We'll see. Okay. And Brady, the Flock redraft vlog is going to come out tonight. I just uploaded it to the channel now. It is in the Flock League channel, that is. It is currently unlisted. As I end this live stream, I'm going to make it public, and I'll send the link in the live chat for anybody who wants to follow it. Okay. Pazik says, when are the rankings getting updated on flockfantasy.com? If you hit filter and add Mason Dodd, you will see my rankings were updated today on flockfantasy.com. I updated my dynasty rankings yesterday, and I updated my regular redraft rankings today on the site. Okay. Brady, I'm not going to grab the link to the Flock YouTube channel. Actually, I can since it's already pulled up on the other window. Never mind. I can't grab that link. Usually it takes me a while to do so, but maybe it's not too bad here. Stay on page. Let's move this over. I sent the link in the live chat for that channel. Sorry for saying I wasn't going to do it earlier. Usually I would have to scroll like way back in Discord to find it, but I have the channel pulled up now. This sounds like a pickup line. Joe goes, Dodd. Is that French? Joe, are you trying to pick me up here? I already have a handful of girlfriends. I don't know if I can afford any more, my friend. Okay. Now, let's move this over. Greg Dulcich off the board, 187. Let's move back. Drake May, come on down. I bet there's a high percentage of people that hate it when I do that. We're going to go Drake May. With the Brissett injury, we take Demario Douglas. We have Antonio Gibson. We're making the bet, what if this Pats offense isn't horrendous? Luke McCaffrey goes 192. I have noticed Geno falling a ton. Like, I wish I had a Seahawk here to take Geno. But I think we're going to take Carr to pair up Carr with Olave and Shaheed. Now, has Derek Carr ever had a spike week in his entire life? Probably not. Has Derek Carr ever decided to throw the football further than 10 yards downfield? Not in this decade. But we'll take him. We'll take him. Now, in terms of a 6th running back versus an 8th receiver, I definitely think we need to go with the 8th receiver here. Looking at some of these guys that aren't going to get drafted in every single one of these. Put them at the top of this queue. But I think we hit 900 likes in the stream, so we'll go ahead. We'll get another draft going after this. And what draft do we want to do here? I've already maxed out the big eliminator. I will get in another Best Ball Mania draft. I only have 7 BBMs left, though. So for the love of God, Underdog, if you could drop another tournament for me, would be a little nice. We're going to pick 3. Let's go. We're going to get either Tyreek or Lamb, and I'm going to run as fast as I can to go get some water. All right? Because I think this is going to be a long live stream. Hell, maybe we get in another $500 draft. We are back, and you actually have Breece Hall going here. So what we're going to do, I know this seems a little bit weird, where we took Tyreek Hill in the last draft at 2, and we're definitely overthinking this. But since CeeDee Lamb went at pick 1 and pick 2 in a lot of these drafts all offseason, getting Lamb at 3 and then potentially a falling value in the second rounds, I think may open us up to a little bit of a unique combo. So we're going to go with CeeDee Lamb here. And yes, I do owe everybody an apology. Not an apology, but an explanation. I know I'm looking like prime Anthony Davis. I know the unibrow is coming in very strong. The girlfriend, the antenna girl, decided to take the tweezers with her to Happy Gilmore 2. So sadly, your boy's been rocking no tweezers for about like 2 weeks. So the unibrow's coming in. Now the question is, do I go to the store to buy my own tweezers, or do I just wait another 3 weeks and have one eyebrow really just straight up connected by the time we get to that point? Will be interesting. Jared says, Mason, can we get a house tour on stream? Here's the portion of the house that you get to see. You get to see that door. You get to see that wall. If I were to give you a tour of my 8,800 square foot home, it's 3 separate levels, including a guest house, we would be here until 1 a.m. The tour would be insane. All right. But John says, has anyone seen a first 3 picks be CMC Hall Bijan? I swear to God, and I actually have Danny from FSC in the same draft with us. I'm in a $500 slow draft on Underdog, and the first 3 picks were CMC, Breece, Bijan. I don't know in which order, but those were the first 3. And there I got CeeDee Lamb off the board at pick 5, which was nuts. Okay. Riley says 8,800 would be wild, big dog. I know an 8,800 square foot house seems like maybe it's a little unnecessary to have the guest house, may seem a little bit unnecessary. And I agree, for a normal person, probably doesn't make sense. But as I've discussed before, I think we're up to double-digit girlfriends at this point. Well, we're not all fitting in a 2,400 square foot house, and I need my own space. All right. So it's a little obnoxious, but we really have no other option. Okay. Now let's move this over. Deebo Samuel off the board at pick 17. Give us something good here. First draft of the night, we got CeeDee Lamb and Saquon Barkley to start off. This draft, who knows? We'll see. Who knows? Siraj is on to us, guys. Bruh's definitely lying. He's on to me. I'm shaking. Oh, no. They don't believe that. Oh, dear God. What am I going to do now? Okay. Sadly, we don't get a unique combo here. Devontae Adams goes, I was actually going to take Adams if he made it to us. We'll take H-An. I don't know if it's that exciting. I don't know if we are really really need to, but it is what it is. Okay. Mario says, we can't donate for you to rate our teams. I'm sorry. No, we don't have super chats. You can purchase a team review on flockfantasy.com though, if you are interested in that, which we'll be doing a ton of those on the live streams through the year. But I know who I want, and it's not even really remotely close. I almost took him in round 2. And we get him. We get Brandon Ayuk here. Absolutely perfect for us. I almost took Ayuk in the second round of this draft, thinking that we would possibly get H.N. or Kyron falling to us in the third, because those teams already went with CMC and Breece. But figured you go Breece Hall, pick 2. You're a little bit of a wild card. And same thing, if you don't have a badge there at 1, you're a little bit of a wild card as well. So, okay. Let's see this. And this is literally a perfect question. Eric says, do you have a promo code for first sign up? My friend, do I have something to tell you? Not only do I have a promo code for when you sign up to Underdog Fantasy, which they're best ball drafts, so it's the perfect place to get into a extra fantasy football draft this year because there's no time commitment at all during the year. So I draft hundreds of teams every year. So I won 150,000 2 years ago on Underdog. But if you use code FLOCK when you sign up, you're going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you're going to get my 2024 rankings, my 2024 draft guide, my 2024 consensus ADP cheat sheet. And on top of that, you'll get a Christian McCaffrey special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for week 1. And you will get a Travis Kelce special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for week 1 as well. You get both of those plus the deposit bonus. So make sure you take advantage of it. Okay. Now let's move this over. Diggs goes off 34. DK makes it down to 33 in this draft because both Pacheco and Etienne jump him. If you remember earlier in the offseason on Underdog, Pacheco and Etienne were going at the 4-5 turn. And yes, I know most people have not heard, but I actually won 150,000 on Underdog 2 years ago. I know it's something I'm a humble guy, right? So I try to keep it to myself. I don't try to talk about it too often. Every once in a while, y'all bring it out to me. Every once in a while, I get asked about it, so I have to mention it. But typically, I'm really quiet about it, so most people don't know. Okay. Trey McBride off 37. Rashee Rice goes 38. Rashee Rice at one point this offseason was around 7th pick. Slager says, I want to get a team review, but the only options I saw to add a team was on Sleeper or Yahoo, and I'm on ESPN. You can actually purchase a team review and submit screenshots of your team instead. So if you go to the little $sign in the top right of the page, there you can hit team review. You can check that you don't have a team on either platform, and it will allow you to submit screenshots of your team. Okay. Let's move this over. Michael Pittman Jr. off the board at pick 39. Pittman has fallen to round 4 in almost every draft we've done today. The team at 9 decides to grab Jalen Hurts to pair up with A.J. Brown. Rob, welcome to being a member of the flock. Happy to have you, my friend. That $7 will definitely go towards the AC bill on this 8,800 square foot home because I will tell you, to cool this house in Austin, Texas, it's not exactly cheap. Okay. Michael says, Mason, how's your jump shot 1 to 10? You're actually going to be able to see my jump shot in the Flock League vlog. Where we determined draft order based off of knockout. So you will see that in just a couple of minutes after we are done with this live stream. I'll send the link and you can judge for yourself. Little spoiler, I shot behind Sal and I knocked him out immediately. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Josh Allen at pick 46. This almost guarantees us that we get Dalton Kincaid at 51. And we could also look at Keon Coleman around 7 as well. So Josh Allen at 46 is an absolute no-brainer. We actually get sniped on Dalton Kincaid, which is pretty surprising here. This team at the pick before us only has one receiver with Cooper Kupp. They go Xavier. Oh my gosh. Pack it in. We just won Best Ball Mania. I'm calling the realtor. We are upgrading. Screw the 8,800 square foot house. That's going to be the size of my next guest house after we win 1.5 million with this team. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Call the realtor. Get him on the phone. Tell him we're upgrading. This next house I'm going to get will have a bowling alley in it. Let's freaking go. New hairline incoming. Bye-bye, Turkey. Hello, Los Angeles. We're going high-end movie star hairline coming in. Let's freaking go. Oh, my gosh. Check this team out. CeeDee Lamb. Brandon Ayuk at wide receiver. Devon Achane at running back. Quarterback Josh Allen. Tight end Travis Kelce. This is how it's done. This is how it's done. Hoovering Han says, that's one thing I've always wanted in a house, a bowling alley. Here's what I'm going to do. This next house, I already have an indoor pool. It's an indoor lap pool in this current one. Really nice. We have a lifeguard on staff at all times. Obviously, having to be safe with so many girlfriends in the house. Don't want any of them in danger. This next house, we're going to have the indoor lap pool, and we're going to do a bowling lane right down the middle of it. So you can be bowling, and there'll be a pool party all around you. This is it. All right. Let's freaking go. Okay. Yes, next flock meetup will be at my 13,000 square foot house. Bring your swim trunks. Let's move this down. George Kittle off the board at 64. Yeah, this is true. Y'all know how obnoxious I am saying that I won 150,000 here 2 years ago. All jokes aside, if I win 1.5 million on Underdog this year, you cannot imagine how obnoxious I will be. I will mention it every 5 seconds. And honestly, I'll be mentioning it for 10 plus years. I promise you this, if we don't win a tournament on Underdog this year, you're not going to hear about the 150,000 win again next year. Actually, maybe occasionally, but not every video. I can't keep doing that in the ad read if it's 3 years old. But if I win 1.5 million in a season, I will be saying it every single year in every single ad read for the next 20 years. Yes, I will be as obnoxious as the Costco guys. And all jokes aside, I'm a fan of the Costco guys. Team Costco guys right here. Okay. Chris Godwin goes off the board to pick 68. Come on. It's just, let's freaking go. Joe Mixon at pick 70. Ooh. As a Costco guy would stay. Boom. Boom or doom. Boom. Joe Mixon. Boom. Okay. Call the realtor. Get him on. Realtor on line 3. Let him in. Let him through. Big Justice. Big Justice is going to be my servant in this next house. I'll tell you that much. Keon Coleman goes off the board at 73. I ain't stressing. We got so many points. Do I need a stack? No, we don't need a stack. Come on. Stacks are below me when I have this many points. Let's go. C Max says, if you win 1.5 milli, the TikTok edit will go crazy. Oh, yes, it will. Yes, it will. Lad McConkey off the board. Brian Thomas, boom or doom? Boom. Brian Thomas, bring him in, pick 75. Let's go. Wide receiver, we have CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Ayuk, Brian Thomas. Running back, we have Achane, Joe Mixon. Quarterback, we have Josh Allen. Tight end, we have Travis Kelce. Let's go. Let's go. Jared says, when I win the 1.5 milli, I'll get you a new dress coat. We'll see. We'll see about that. Unless there's another tournament I don't know about that has a $1.5 million prize. Based off our draft here, you got no shot. Michael says, call me when you're ready for that upgrade, my friend. Hashtag Texas Realtor. Hashtag self-promo. Shout out, Michael. Longtime member of the flock. You need a Texas Realtor. Get them online. Okay. G. Starkey says, do the Rizzler face. How many people are watching this live stream? The Rizzler is my guy. All right. 1.7 thousand people watching this. If we hit 1.5 thousand likes, I'll hit y'all with the Rizzler face at the end of this live stream. I'm sorry, at the end of this draft. We hit 1.5 thousand by the end of this draft. I'll give you a good Rizzler face. Okay. Okay. Let's move this over. Hollywood Brown all the way down to pick 83. That team at pick 11 is very interesting here, where they have Gibbs, and through the other 7 rounds, they've just gone wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver. Most are off 85. Boomer Doom. Doom. Okay. Jordan Love goes 86. Jordan Love 86. Doom. Jalen Warren 87. Doom. God. We were drafting with a bunch of doomers this draft. Okay. Burrow not in play for us. We have no Cincy options. Hopkins 89. I'll give it to you. That's a boom. Not a massive boom. Not a Travis Kelce pick 51 boom, but you get a little one. Aaron Jones pick 90. God, I'm feeling good. I just got so much freaking energy. This is such a good team. This team has 4 running backs, 2 receivers. You assume they go receiver. They go Dak. We are going to go with the wide receiver. We are going to take Curtis Samuel. I've been out on Curtis Samuel all year. His price all year has been pretty damn bad. You're getting a discount because of the injury. We have Allen. We got sniped on the other Bills guys, so we'll take him. Here, we need a receiver. Am I going to give myself a boom for it? No, definitely not. But it is what it is. Landoff says, Mason, do you think Pittman with the 22nd pick is good, or did I reach? Landoff, I give Michael Pittman a pick 22 a doom. Doom. Horrible. Horrible, to be honest. Okay. Now, yeah. Can everybody spam the chat doom for Landoff? We got to get some dooms in here. Okay. Now, Romeo Dobbs goes pick 96. We should be able to get a decent option swinging back around to us at pick 99 based off what these doomers have given us through the rest of the draft. Okay. Now, Joshua Palmer off the board. Zamir White, pick 99. Boom. Let's freaking go. Let's go. So now, wide receiver, we have CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Ayuk, Brian Thomas, Curtis Samuel. Running back, we have Achane, Joe Mixon, Zamir White. We have the elite quarterback with Allen stacked with Samuel. We have the elite tight end with Travis Kelce. Immaculate. Immaculate. Fantasy, I sent you an I offer. Hey, and real quick, the vlog is going to be out tonight after I end this live stream. I'm making it live. So you'll see it. I know you're in Australia time, so you're going to see it. This vlog is about to go nutso. I haven't been able to watch it because Thomas got it to me during the stream. But just skimming through the vlog, it looks... That's honestly why I'm so excited right now and I have so much energy, just because I can't wait for this. Okay. Let's move this over. Jaden Daniels off the board at 105. Let's see. So no wide receivers really going after we take Zamir. You have Shakir off the board. Let's go. Let's go. 20 says, team about to get banned off Underdog. This can't be real life. The Underdog's going to have to reach out to me. They're going to have to do an investigation of how this team happened. This is. Let's go here. Let's go. Wicks off the board 110. Caleb goes 111. Get these guys off. Get them off. Singletary, get them off. No interest. Bye-bye. Let's move this over. Come on down. You know you want to send them to me. You know you want to send them to me. Sharam says, hey, Mason, hope you and the family are doing well, mate. Are the redraft rankings on flockfantasy.com updated? My rankings are updated. So if you want to see what dates each individual creator has updated their rankings, just hit filter and then you will see all the creators. You can add whoever's creator rankings you're wanting to look at, and they'll show the date right next to that person as well. And yes, the rankings are for that format as well. Elite Henry, the league is called the Flock League. The YouTube channel is called the Flock League. You look it up, it should be there. Are you freaking kidding me? This is back-to-back times I've tried to upload this vlog and YouTube abandoned it. Come on, YouTube. Saying it's too long. It ain't too long. It's 29 minutes. Are you freaking kidding me? Actually, no, never mind. Brock Purdy, boom or doom? Boom. Brock Purdy picked 118, paired up with Brandon Ayuk. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, please. Call the realtor on line 4. Let's get him. Okay. Let's go. For a second, I got a little confused. Obviously, we took Kittle on the last team. I got really excited that Purdy fell. Then I realized we didn't have Kittle, but then we saw Ayuk. So, perfect regardless. Perfect regardless. Okay, let's try to upload this yet again. We'll go unlisted. Come on, YouTube. You can do it. Come on, computer. You can do it. I believe in you. Dean says, in order to place high-end best ball tournaments, you usually have to luck out on a Puka Nacua last year or someone else that happens to be great. So obviously, if you want to turn $25 into $1.5 million, you're going to have to hit on someone, right? It's not like you're going to be able to just draft average players through the entire course of the board and expect to turn $25 million into 1.5. Now, in terms of you needing to draft the next Puka Nacua, if there is another Puka Nacua where there's a wide receiver that's like a borderline round 18 pick that turns out to be a top 5 to 6 wide receiver and crushes in weeks 15, 16, 17, you'll probably need to draft him. Now, the thing is, while there was a Puka Nacua last year, while Kyron Williams existed last year, that's not going to happen every year. You're not going to have someone that's barely getting drafted inside the top 18 rounds coming out and being a top 5 to 10 option through the course of the entire regular season, as well as the fantasy football playoffs. So let's freaking go. Yes. Michael, on to us. This draft has to be scripted. Maybe, just maybe, I called in a few favors here. Maybe, just maybe, we have Goodell monitoring this and making sure we are set up to crush. Now, Darnell Mooney off 130. Austin Eckler goes 131. Blake Corum 132. I have taken a decent amount of Eckler on Underdog just because he's so damn cheap. And I did take Eckler in the Flock League as well. Flock League, full PBR format. I'm actually fine with where we got Eckler there. I actually think it was a really good pick where we got Eckler. Which, of course, if this freaking video wants to upload, you're about to see it. Hawkinson, Frymuth, both off. Get them out of here. We got Kelsey. Get them out of here. Now, we are no longer interested in taking quarterbacks. When we have Allen, when we have Purdy, we are done skis there. Michael Wilson goes 140. Yes, please. Clean up aisle 4. Mike Williams, come on down, pick 142. Get the week 17 bring back with these Buffalo options. Let's freaking go. Let's go. Jalen Wright off 143. And yes, can I get a boom in the chat? Mike Williams, boom or doom, pick 142. I think it's can we get some booms going? Clean up aisle my pants. Let's go. Yes, TJ says tire draft board is donated to Mason's bank account. This is how you set up a GoFundMe here. This is how you set up a GoFundMe accurately. All right. Ooh, don't do it to us. Don't give them to me. You're making it too easy. Give me a challenge. Are you freaking kidding me? Are you kidding me? You give us Zach Charbonnet at pick 147. Boom. I'm sorry. I don't want to keep hitting y'all with them. I know it's probably not pleasant here, especially if you're wearing headphones, but I have no other option here. I have no other option. No idea what's going on. Don't know how this is happening. But we are in a good spot. Kalani says, how do I get your updated rankings and draft cheat sheets? They're both already live on flockfantasy.com if you're already over there. Second thing is, if you use code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy and make a $10 deposit, you're going to get my rankings, my draft guide, my draft cheat sheet, a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000, a Christian McCaffrey special pick'em more than less than half a total yard, and a Travis Kelce special pick'em more than less than half a total yard as well. And good news is the GOAT Zachary Link literally just sent me the updated version 5 of the draft guide. Just saw it on my Discord. Sent that at 9:07. So as soon as I end this live stream, I'm going to hopefully make that vlog go live. It's at 64% upload right now. And we are also going to send out the updated version 5 of the draft guide to everybody who's used code FLOCK on Underdog in 2024. But let's go. And yeah, code FLOCK on Underdog. Bodie says, Mace, I sub to the Flock yearly subscription that includes a team breakdown, right? Yes, if you signed up to the annual Mother Flocker subscription on flockfantasy.com and you used code FLOCK, just go to the little $ in the top right, select what team you want reviewed, go through, and once you get to the creator page, I should be free there for you. So you can submit it to me for free because you'll have a free coupon voucher for myself, my friend. Okay. Now, we are at 72% on the upload. The last few times it made it to 90%, then bailed on us. Let's see what this one does. Maybe it will not let me to as we stream. Regardless, I'm going to get y'all that video out tonight. Promise you that. Promise you that. Antonio Gibson off the board to pick 160. See ya. Hasta luego. Adios, amigo. All right. Fun Guy Chunk says Mason will be making videos on team reviews like last year. Yes. So once the season starts and obviously underdog drafts are no longer a thing, our live Q&As, we're going to be doing just a ton of team reviews and a ton of start set questions, a ton of trade questions like we do every year through super chats on YouTube, but instead they're all going to be through flockfantasy.com. Built out something that looks way better on the live stream than just a little bubble that shows up in the corner. And at the same time, it should always be DM'd to you when we answer your question, so you're never going to miss it. Okay. Khalil Herbert, 164. Josh Downs goes. I'm not going to have to hit y'all with another boom. If Downs would have made it to us, I would have hit y'all with another boom. Instead, we're going to go Noah Fant here at 166. No fan. You can let me know if it's a boom or a doom. I think it's kind of whatever. Okay. Tolbert goes 167. Baker 168. Levis 169. See ya. Get these quarterbacks off. No interest. Likely goes 170. No idea what we won here. Maybe Marshawn Lloyd. We'll go ahead. We'll take Marshawn Lloyd at 171. I haven't taken him really much all offseason. Obviously, gets hurt in training camp. Looks like A.J. Dillon may be the running back 2 here in the short term. But I don't know. I think we can go ahead and mix him in as an RB5 and kind of balance some exposures. No. Let's move this over. Eli says, is the Flock League your magnum opus? I'm going to keep it 100 with you. I could not even guess what a magnum opus is. So that's the truth. I will say the Flock League will be the league that I care most about this year. We're going to be making content about it all year. A ton of stuff up for stakes. First place gets $1,000. And at the same time, okay, basically your Super Bowl, yes. And at the same time, there's a massive punishment. So the punishment we have agreed to right now. So obviously we had the Flock draft week this past week where everybody recorded a bunch of content, put it on a bunch of channels, blah, blah, blah. We're going to look to do the same thing as the Flock meetup next year. And what we're going to do is the face of the winner is going to get put onto a t-shirt and the loser has to wear that the entire week. And it's going to say nose ball. And then the winner of the league also gets to put a little quote on it as well, making fun of the loser. So that's one thing. I also want to do the 24 hours in an IHOP challenge. I'm having to try to convince them to do that. Honestly, I kind of want to lose the league so I can do it. Are you freaking kidding me? Here's what I'm probably going to have to do. I may have to get the editor to see if he can upload this on his computer. I just don't remember what my password is to this YouTube channel. I'm sorry. I don't think this vlog is going to let me, I don't think YouTube's going to let me upload this vlog as I stream at the same time. I will show you what it just told me for the 4th or 5th time trying to upload this thing. So the vlog may not drop until like 20, 30 minutes after the stream. This is what it's showing up whenever I try to. It gets like 90% and then this happens. So I am sorry. I promise you, I'm going to try to get that uploaded as soon as I possibly can. Justice Hill off the board. So let's move this around. This is where I just have no idea what to do. This is where I just managed to embarrass myself every draft. We'll take Jonnu Smith as our 3rd tight end. Pair him up with Kelsey. Noah Fant. Going tight end, pick 51, pick 166, 190. Definitely think we can get away with taking 3 tight ends there. Then our next pick, more likely than not, will be a wide receiver. Wide receiver. Yes, and we are going to get another draft going tonight. I don't know if we hit 1,500 likes, so y'all may not get to see the Rizzler come out. So let me move this. I think we're going to go ahead. We'll take Malachi Corley here. We'll take Marvin Mims. Haven't drafted a lot of Mims, but maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? And then our last wide receiver, we can queue up Corley. I think he may make it to us. Javon Baker. What's the report on Boyd? Maybe Boyd. Luke McCaffrey. Brennan Rice. Malik Washington. A bunch of these random guys. Okay. And let's hop into another draft here. What we're going to do instead in this draft is I think that we're going to go ahead. We're going to get into the sprints. I have done a ridiculous amount of sprint drafts. I really love this format. This is a $50 buy-in if anybody is interested. But let's go ahead. Let's fire this up. There are 7 spots open in here, so I'm assuming that the majority of y'all I will be competing against, which is not the most exciting thing. I don't think I'm going to be able to get another team like the last one competing against y'all in here, but it is what it is. We get pick 4. We have to draft next to Brandon. Which isn't the most exciting thing in the world, but it is what it is. It is what it is. I Am Santa says Dimey Brown is a great last round best ball pick. I'm not buying it, but you do you. I didn't buy Puka Nacua last year, and look how that turned out. That was a big doom. But let me know if you're in this draft with us. We have Kadarius Toney in here at pick 7. Dan Sky, longtime member of the flock, in here at pick 6. Augustus, pick 4. Boom. Let's go. Let's go. And today's Sunday, right? Is today Sunday or Monday? Literally no idea. Okay. And Eagles, that team at 2 is a crusher, I believe. At least they crush us any draft I'm in with them. But let's go. Let's go. And yes, Trey Lance may be a boom in this draft. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. TJ says it's Sunday because no flock draft today. That is true. That is what I call good investigation. That's what I call good context clues. That's what I call 900 IQ. I'm sitting here with half a brain cell screaming boomer doom into a microphone. I can't even figure out what day of the week it is. CMC off the board at pick 2. Tyreek goes pick 1. CeeDee Lamb. Amon-Ra St. Brown, come on down. I think we are going to mix in some St. Brown over Jamar Chase. If we're looking at Chase, like I discussed, I don't know. Him missing that much of training camp does scare me a bit. And also, from a half PPR perspective, St. Brown did average 17 points per game last year, which is a higher mark than Jamar Chase ever has before. One of the girlfriends just got in here. Come over here. Come here, baby. Never mind. She just wants to go to her bed. But God dang. She's strong and open that door. Dean says, what's the furthest you've seen CMC fall? I think pick 3. I think pick 3. But I will be rooting for probably Jamar Chase more than any other round 1 guy this year because I took him at pick 7 in the Flock League. Pick 7, I'm all about it in a full PPR format. No question. Okay. Yes, this girlfriend denied me. This girlfriend's very, very wishy-washy. Right? Sometimes she really wants to say hello. Sometimes she just wants to lay in her bed. Probably not happy that I am. Yes, Alvarez. I'm just embarrassing myself in here. Come here. Come here. Come here. What are you doing? Come here. Yeah, come here. Tell them I'm not going to get rejected. Tell them that I'm good. Come over here. You want to tell them hi? Oh, I know. You're a good girl. I know. Thank you for coming in to see me. Thank you. This is the prettiest of all the girlfriends right here, aren't you? And the sweetest. The sweetest and the prettiest. There you go, baby. All right. Let's move this down. But Deebo Samuel off the board, pick 15. Really, there aren't too many big-time surprises in this draft outside of Tyreek Hill going at pick 1. But in terms of what we're doing here, right, that doesn't really give us anything. Tyreek at 1. By the time we're on the clock back at 4, it's pretty much just standard. Okay. Let's move this over. Baby goat on the clock. God dang, we're out of water again. Nico goes 17. I took Nico in round 2 of the Flock League as well. Hate on me all you want. Bring it on. Bring it on. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Chris Olave. We'll take Olave at 21 with the expectation that Achane or Kyron makes it back to us at 28. We'll see if it happens. It may not. But we're going to roll those dice. I know you can hit me with the dooms. Hit me with the dooms. All you want. I'm not going to act like it's a boom, but it is what it is. Ayuk goes 23. NRG says, Mason, what's the likelihood the sprint overlays? So I've drafted a ton of teams in the sprint just in case it does. But the thing with the sprint is like the marathon needs like 75,000 entrants to fill. The sprint only needs 14,000. That could happen in a single day. Like, I know it looks like the sprint may have an overlay because it's only had 8,000 entrants so far. But I think they flood in. So I don't think it overlays, to be honest. Okay. Joe says, is 1 out of 3 a good advance rate? That's a phenomenal advance rate. Typically, if you're an underdog tournaments, only 2 out of 12 teams will advance. So on average, 1 out of every 6 of your teams should advance to the playoff tournament. So if you're advancing 1 out of 3, you're twice as good as average. That's great. I think the marathon is more likely to have an overlay than the sprint is. I don't think either is guaranteed to have an overlay, but if you were betting on one, I think it'd be the marathon. F me. F me. F me. Oh my gosh. Doom. Boo. DK Metcalf. Doom. Gross. Okay, this is what happens, all right? Y'all have seen this story play out before. It's the normal situation for us. Every once in a while, I will draft a good team. Every once in a while, a blind squirrel will find a nut. Every once in a while, I don't know, another version of those sayings. Let's see if I can think of something. Yeah, I can't think of anything. Oh, dear God, that's embarrassing. But anyway, every once in a while I'll draft a good team and I'll get lucky. Then I'll revert to my old ways. I will fumble. I will try something that doesn't work. And we'll start a draft with Amon-Ra St. Brown, Chris Olave, and DK Metcalf. Broken clock is right twice a day. That's what I was thinking of, which I know this is a saying, but oh my gosh. Okay, that's what the saying is. For a second, I thought the broken clock saying didn't make sense because when people say a broken clock's right twice a day, I've always imagined like a clock that was set like at the wrong time that just moves normally like another clock would. And I would think like, oh, it's never right. But I guess if it's like the hands are just stuck in one place, then it's right twice a day. That's what it is. All right. But I Am Santa says the sun shines one very dog's ass. That makes literally 0% sense. That makes no sense whatsoever. But anyway, if you were watching this and you were accurately figuring out, oh my gosh, this Mason guy has no idea what he's doing. Let me hop in a draft with him. Let me take some of his cash. I'm drafting every single night on Underdog Fantasy. My favorite place to draft, best balls to no time commitment at all during the year. So I draft hundreds of teams every year. So I won $150,000 on Underdog 2 years ago. And of course, if you use code FLOCK, you're going to get my 2024 rankings, 2024 draft guide. Plus, you will also get hooked up with a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. A Christian McCaffrey special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for week 1. That's exclusive to Flock users. And Underdog also has an offer for all new users of Travis Kelce, more than less than half a total yard. So you get both of those for week 1. So make sure you take advantage of it. Okay. Every dog has its day. Every once in a while, I have my day, but then we just go right back to where we were. NRG says, Mason, why didn't you more drafts off stream to not be bared with a bunch of flockers? I do draft off stream, my friend. I mean, the majority of the sprint drafts we've done this year have been off stream. I've actually done a lot of slow drafts this year just because I've been so damn busy with everything for flockfantasy.com. Cash says, does your dog know you won $150,000 2 years ago? Considering she's under the desk right now and 99.99% of the time I'm streaming, she is under the desk. She knows. Oh, trust me, she knows. All right, bring him home. Brandon, what are you doing here? Brandon goes Michael Pittman Jr., Travis Etienne, pick 45. Boom. The first boom that we get this live stream. Travis Etienne, welcome to the squad. Welcome to the squad. Tresner says, imagine if you drafted Derrick Henry instead of DK. I may have Travis Etienne ranked over Derrick Henry, or kind of back-to-back. And I'd rather have DK over Amari. So I do not regret passing on DK Metcalf in the slightest. I'm sorry, taking DK Metcalf and passing on Derrick Henry in the slightest. I think maybe the argument you have is in round 2, take a running back. Don't take Chris Olave. That's the argument. Okay. Amari off 47. There are a bunch of tight ends that we can look at here. If all the tight ends go, we probably go Pickens. God, these teams like taking that sweet, sweet time. Will MVP maybe on auto? They took Tyreek at pick 1, but ever since, they haven't. Blake says, Mason Dodd, Nike Pros. I don't exactly know what a Nike Pro is, but I'd assume I am one. Okay. Austin says, what could the pin possibly be used for during live streams? I typically keep a pin for any time anybody leaves a stupid comment on the live stream, and I put a little warning down and a little tally marker, and at 3 strikes you are out. So let's go Austin 1. You're at 1, my friend. That pin comment gets you on the list. All right, come on home, Mark Andrews. I'd prefer to have you with Lamar. I definitely would, but Lamar goes pick 43. I think Mark Andrews outscores some of these wide receivers that are being drafted behind him, so I'm fine adding him on. Dane says it's for all the DLC signs. Yes, here's what I'm writing on this list right now. Here's what I need in my dream home when we win Best Ball Mania. Bowling alley surrounded by pool. And then we'll write 16th girlfriend. Perfect. The wish list for when we win BBM. Okay. Austin, my guy. I'll erase your name off the list. Austin says, Mason, you look great tonight. All right. You know the way to get to my heart. Austin, your name is officially crossed off here, my friend. Officially crossed off. Okay. Christian Kirk off pick 55. Trey, you asked this one more time. I'm sorry, you're going to have to be put on the list. Logan says, Mason saved me from drowning by jumping off his yacht. He's 6'4", by the way. I told you, don't mention it, all right? Don't mention it. It was a wild weekend. A lot happened. Don't feel bad about it. It is what it is, my guy. Okay. Brian says, who is the biggest you don't know ball pick this year? It was Curtis Samuel. Now, I don't know. The biggest you don't know ball pick this year. Looking at draft boards, it was Christian Kirk was in mid to early round 4 was kind of that as well. Now let's move this over. Y'all really like taking a sweet, sweet time in this draft. People go, oh, I get 30 seconds on the clock. Let me take these 30 seconds to really think about who I need. No, come on. Make your pick. George Kittle off the board, pick 66. Hollywood Brown goes 67. Thank you for your sacrifice, Dan. I really appreciate it. Kenneth Walker goes, dear God. Dear God. Y'all are not making this draft fun. We'll take Alvin Kamara. I would love to hit y'all with some booms, but sadly, I don't think we've had a single boom pick this entire draft. Sadly, I don't think we have. Dan tried his best to save us. But Brandon ended up taking Kenneth Walker anyway. Kenneth Walker would have made it to us at 69. Then, whew, we'd be excited. Okay. Brian Thomas off 71. Love the Brian Thomas pick. Definitely think that we can look at a rookie wide receiver on the way back around at 76. 20 says, Mason's the kind of guy who gets 1.5 million in Best Ball Mania and gives it back to his YouTube mods out of the kindness of his heart. 20, you've been with me for quite some time. Surprisingly, you have no sense of the type of guy I am, apparently. I am Santa says, Mason the type of guy to borrow money and pay you back with interest. I will say, I don't know if I've... Actually, no, that's a lie. I just borrowed money from someone. I was going to say. Don't know if I've ever borrowed money from someone, but I had to borrow money from Thomas to tip the bartender at the meetup because I couldn't stop by the bank to get cash. So that is a lie. And sadly, I did not pay back Thomas with interest, so I cannot say that's true. I paid him back 2 days later. I'm definitely the kind of guy where if I ever borrow money from you, you will never have to ask for it. You get paid back immediately. Immediately. We could go with an unstacked Kyler and then target Michael Wilson a little later. We could go with JSN. We'll just take JSN here. Pair up JSN and DK Metcalf and say, what if Lockett's dust? What if this passing offense is great? Now, here's someone we can go through and look at. John is the type of guy to claim to take 35 grams of creatine a day and looks like he's never been in a room with a gram of creatine. John looks like the guy to say he takes 35 grams of creatine a day and thinks creatine is something you rub on your elbows. Okay. JSN 76, Evan Ingram 77, DeAndre Hopkins 78. Kadarius Toney taking Kyler at 79 to pair with Josh Allen. I am Santa says, Mason the type of guy that knows how to zipper merge. Is that where you have a jacket and you get the zippers together and you do that? Because to be honest with you, the attendant girlfriend has to do that for me. I have no idea how to. Now, Kadarius Toney ended up taking Kyler with the auto pick there at 79. Bold strategy, my friend. Bold strategy. Ferguson goes 82. That's a team that also has Laporta. John says, Mason the type to sleep with the suit on. Not that bad. Not that bad. Okay. Ramadre off 83. I think our team's okay. Is it the best team ever? No. Is it serviceable? Yes. St. Brown, Olave, DK, Jackson Smith, and Jigba, wide receiver. Running back, we have Etienne and Kamara. Tight end, we have Mark Andrews. It is funny, if you look at the first 5 teams on this board, none of them have quarterback. And all the quarterbacks are loaded up on team 6 and beyond. Ben says, Mason the type of guy to unknowingly and unintentionally steal your girl. I try to warn y'all. Don't turn on this live stream around your girl. All right? Once she sees what a real man drafting a fantasy football team looks like, she looks over at you reaching on Hollywood Brown. It's over. It's over. Okay. Now, Raphael, this is really funny. So is Mason the type of guy to go to the bathroom, then stare at his hairline for 20 minutes and forget about using the bathroom? That is really good, my guy. That is really good. Okay. Smooth this over. If y'all remember, y'all can probably find a video on the Dynasty channel from the beginning of the offseason. But I was like, oh my gosh, my hairline's getting cooked. Let me shave the head. Shaving the head will save the hairline. People say if your hairline's cooked, having shorter hair is better, blah, blah, blah. Maybe they're right. Let's shave the head and let's see what the hairline looks like. And dear God, people lie when they say that. If your hairline's going, shaving the head is just putting it on a billboard, making an advertisement for it. I would not recommend. Yes. Would not recommend. Tony Pollard off 92. We're going to go ahead. We will take Cortland Sutton here as our 5th wide receiver at pick 93. Dak goes immediately after to the CeeDee Lamb team. Obviously not going to fault them for taking Dak Prescott. Owen says, Mason the type of guy to not know, say he is a Nike Pro. I have no idea what that means. This is funny. Mason the type of guy to bite the ice cream and lick the cone. Mason, this is just so dumb. It's funny. Mason the type of guy to Uber Eats Chipotle, but eat it with chopsticks. Prince says, I started shaving my hair in prison, and now I still do it. Mason the type of guy to see someone just mentioning going to prison and get scared immediately, even if they're just in a YouTube live chat. Okay. Let's move this over. Javonte off pick 96. In terms of quarterbacks, Caleb, no, we have no Bears. Daniels, we could possibly take and just bank on rushing upside. but probably not ideal. We'll see. Ben says, Mason Yacht Nike Pro Search. We will search this, my friend. Yacht Nike Pro. Nike Pro looks like it's closed. John says, I know Mason's real height. You're playing with fire, John. You are playing with fire. We're going to go ahead. We will take Brock Bowers, pick 100. We'll be done at tight ends. We'll send up a prayer that a quarterback maybe makes it to us later on, but we will see. We'll see. This one's pretty funny. Mason, the type of guy to say you too to his waiter after they say enjoy your food. There are a couple times where I've gone to the gym and I've scanned my thing and they've gone, have a good workout. And I go, you too, when they're just working. But okay. Now, after we take Bowers, Caleb Williams goes pick 101 to the team with DJ Moore. And Brandon said in the chat, if you take Caleb, I'm unsubbing. Yeah, there's no way we could have taken Caleb there, my guy. Cash says, Mason the type, a guy to never drink soda and goes to bed at 8 p.m. Take a guess of the last time that I drank soda. And I'm not going to include in college drinking soda with alcohol. So I'm not including soda as a mixer. When is the last time you think I've had a soda? Actually, I was going to say, I actually had a soda in June because I had a Coke when I was running the marathon of the Ironman. But regardless of that, outside of an Ironman and using it as a mixer in college, I probably have not had soda since I was maybe 14. And my parents are freaking soda fiends. I don't think my mom has had a sip of Dr. Pepper in the last sip of water in the last 10 years. Because the only thing that's flowing through her veins is a Diet Dr. Pepper. Like my mom is. It's not like they made me stop drinking soda. Like she'll be laying in, she'll wake up at like 5 a.m., immediately start drinking Diet Dr. Pepper, and then be laying down to go to bed at like 10 at night and have a Diet Dr. Pepper next to her bed. In my mind, it's like the grossest thing ever. But yeah, I'm not a soda guy. But yeah, my dad also is. He used to be like that with Diet Pepsi, where it was the same thing, like wake up, Diet Pepsi, no water. Go to bed, Diet Pepsi, no water. But now he's gotten better. I've convinced him to start drinking some water. Or I'm joking. I haven't convinced him. He's just doing it on his own. But I have noticed him drinking a lot of water and way less Diet Pepsi, which is good. But it is funny because I went to the dentist, and because Jonathan says the sugar on my teeth, I couldn't do it. And the dentist goes, "Oh, do you drink soda?" I was like, "No." "Oh, do you smoke?" I go, "No." She goes, "Well, why are your teeth so stained then?" I was like, "Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for just saying about the rudest thing I've ever heard." Christian says, have you tried Ollipops? They're like a healthier soda. I actually had a sip of one at the Flock meetup this past week because they're actually based out of Austin. They're an Austin company, which, of course, I'm Team Austin, so I got to root for them. We're going to go ahead. We will take Tajay Spears. Spears has been a faller based off the preseason usage that you had this week. But it is what it is. We need another running back. These wide receivers aren't too compelling. And we should be able to get Jared Goff on the way back around to pair up with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Cap says, are you coffee or Red Bull? So I cannot do coffee. I tried doing coffee at the Flock meetup just because we didn't have, I'm not at the meetup, at draft week, so at the Airbnb, because we didn't have my normal little caffeinated liquid IVs. I was able to get a cup down, but it was disgusting. It was not something I would ever want to do again. But yeah, I'm not a coffee guy. I'm definitely I don't drink Red Bull. Red Bull I think is kind of gross. But I used to drink a ton of C4 energy drinks. I've been definitely trying to cut down on the caffeine now, though. So I have liquid IVs now, which are 100 milligrams of caffeine. J Funk's a sugar-free monster. I used to be in a sugar-free monster as well. I've just been trying to, and there is nothing like, when I'm talking about just pure bliss and pure happiness, the happiest I have ever been in my entire life, like more than anything, just going into the sauna at back 2 years ago, 2 years ago, going into the sauna at Gold's Gym, cracking open an ice cold energy drink, C4 energy drink to be exact. I'm closing my eyes to bring me back to this place. If this was a movie, you'd be there with me. And then just drinking my energy drink, listening to a YouTube video, scrolling God knows what, and sitting in that sauna and having the heat of the sauna rush that caffeine through my entire body. Like, there is nothing that was better than that. But been trying to cut down caffeine. So sadly, no longer am doing that. But we will go ahead. We will take our first quarterback. We will take Jared Goff to pair up with Mr. Amon-Ra St. Brown. Come on home. Come on home. Let's move this. Average Joe says, Mason the type of guy to wave to someone who wasn't actually waving at him. I've done that multiple times. 100%. Drucifer says, cherry Starburst C4s are goated. Yeah, the Starburst C4s, that's literally what I was thinking of when I was in my little happy place. That was. This is funny. Mason the type of guy who orders a Happy Meal when he's sad. Not bad, not bad. Let me see if there are any other funny ones. Aiden says, ever tried Reigns? Yeah, when I was in college, I tried them. They're all the same in my mind, really. Lately, the C4 ones were the best. There was a period when I was on the powerlifting team at UT that I would get up and I would go have, like, I think they were called Dr. Hyde's. There was just pre-workout that had 400 milligrams of caffeine in it. I would have it, and then I would just go nuts during a workout. But then 3 hours later, I would feel like a complete zombie. I would just feel so freaking bad. So I had to cut myself off. Like the 400 milligrams just was 400 milligrams of caffeine at 6:30 in the morning. Would not recommend. Would not recommend. Okay. The average Joe knows me well because this is me. Mason, the type of guy to repeat a joke to his buddy who wasn't listening to him. 100%. Mr. Filthy Wub says coconut water. I bought a case of coconut water at Costco because I thought, oh, this would be good. I've been freaking crushing my workouts lately. Back-to-back days, I've done 13-mile runs, and then I've gone and I'm trying to still hopefully look muscular even though running a ton. So I've been going to the gym afterwards and just doing 100 pull-ups, so 10 sets of 10 with 25 pounds hanging off me. But I thought anyway, coconut water would be great for helping me through those. Bought it because the case was on sale at Costco last month, and I hated it. They were really bad. So I'm no longer not no longer. I've given up on coconut water. I've never tried G Fuel. Anything that's advertised like, oh, gaming, you're going to be better at Call of Duty for taking this. Not up my alley. Guess says, Mason the type of guy to play basketball in a suit jacket. I almost did that for the Flock League knockout tournament, but it was just too hot outside. Mason the type of guy that still drafts McCarthy. That's pretty funny. Diamond says, LMAO, I bought a case from Costco, drank one, and never touched it. That's exactly what I did. And when the creators came over to the house, because we had to check into the Airbnb late and their flights got in early, I was dishing out coconut waters going, anybody want this? Anybody want this? Somebody please drink this. Because I had bought a bunch on sale and they were just garbage. Okay. I've tried to get into tea. The antenna girlfriend really likes tea, but I can't. And the Flock League video will be dropped tonight. I was going to release it the second that this live stream ends, but sadly, YouTube will not let me upload that video and stream at the same time. We tried a ton of different times, so it'll probably have to be like 20 minutes after the stream ends where that video will get uploaded. But just look up the Flock League on YouTube if you want to see that vlog, and make sure you subscribe, and you'll see it in like 20 minutes after the stream ends. E111, my guy, unless, let me know in the live chat, boom or doom this in the live chat if it's funny. Because in my mind, this is just weird. I don't see how this is funny at all. Mason, the type of guy that uses his armpit sweat as shaving balm. I'm going to give you a doom on that one. I think that's a swing and a miss there, my guy. But all right. What are we doing here? That Eagles team went off the freaking rails, took 8 wide receivers. They may be on auto draft looking at their squad. If they're not on auto draft, I have no idea why the hell they took 8 wide receivers through the first 11 rounds. But anyway, may push wide receivers up through the rest of this draft. So we're going to go ahead. We'll take Darnell Mooney here. E111 says, felt like it, but at least you read it. I mean, swinging and missing is better than never swinging at all, for sure. Okay. Augustus, I was hitting y'all with the Rizzler face. If we hit 1,500 likes on that draft. The Rizzler face is long gone here. If we hit 1,500 likes in this draft, though, we will get another draft going. I have never... Actually, that's a lie. I have tried Prime. My little sister likes Prime. I Am Santa says, Flock Fitness Channel win. If you look at Mason Dodd on YouTube and go to channels, I actually have another channel that I uploaded a bunch of workout videos. Like, not workout videos. More like daily training vlogs when I was training for the Ironman last year. But yeah, I mean, all this offseason, I probably uploaded like 30 videos to the Mason Dodd channel. FIFA King says we need a shirtless Mason live stream on a big dog draft. I don't think y'all could handle it, to be honest. I don't think y'all could handle it. This is really funny. Twitty says Mason the type of guy to burn his tongue with some hot coffee and put a Band-Aid on it. That's good. That's good. Okay, I'm sorry. No, we're not going to have super chats on. I apologize. Cash Clark asking if I'll remember him for tomorrow night stream. Possibly. This is really funny. This made me laugh out loud. Mason the type of guy to kick his feet and giggle when he gets the first pick. That's really good, my guy. I think we're probably going to go ahead and take J.K. Dobbins here. Quarterback, Deshaun and Rodgers are in play, but I don't know. Let's just go ahead. Let's take Dobbins as our 4th running back. Okay. Now, running back at this point, we have Travis Etienne, Alvin Kamara, Tajee Spears, J.K. Dobbins. Wide receiver, we have Amon-Ra St. Brown, Chris Olave, DK Metcalf, Jackson Smith-Njigba, Cortland Sutton, Darnell Mooney. Quarterback, we have Jared Goff stacked with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Tight end, we have Andrews and Bowers. So we really need to hit on some quarterbacks coming up. We really need Geno Smith on this squad with the DK Metcalf, Jackson Smith-Njigba pairing. And then in terms of the other quarterback, we could go with Bo Nix. We could even go with Gardner Minshew at the very end for a unique pick to pair up with Bowers. Okay. Ian says, how do I see content from signing up on Underdog with Flock? Do I need to make a deposit? Yes, you need to make at least a $10 deposit, my friend. A $10 deposit on Underdog with code FLOCK. We'll get you hooked up with everything, and it will get sent to the email address that you signed up to Underdog with. Just give it a time. Give it like 30 minutes to send to you. Don't message me like 5 seconds after you do it and go, oh my gosh, it's not here. Just give it a tiny bit of time. And yes, I watch Red Zone during the season. I think I still need to buy a Sunday ticket. I bought it last year. It's just so damn expensive. Obviously, it's worth buying for me. But it's just like physically. It's tough for me to. I don't know. It's tough for me to get out the card and pay it, even though I know I'm going to. I know I'm going to. Okay. Antonio Gibson off the board at 160. Leggett goes 161. Quarterback. Do any of these teams have Lockett behind us? No. Is it worth rolling the dice just to take Bucky Irving? No. We'll just take Geno Smith here. I think that there's a high probability that Geno Smith would make it back around to us, so we don't necessarily need to take him. But at the same time, I don't think Bucky Irving's like that much better of an option than just Marshawn Lloyd later on. So we'll go ahead and we'll take Geno Smith. And we're still going to take a third QB in this draft. And yes, like I said, if we hit 1,500 likes, we are going to get another draft going after this. So go down there, hit that like button. Champ says Red Zone is $14.99. I thought Red Zone was like, last year I paid like $400 for it. Can someone let me know in the live chat what's going on with the Red Zone Sunday ticket? What do I need to pay? Where do I need to pay it? Diamond says $15 a month. Why did I pay like $400 last or $500 last year then? Pitcher in it says, I think you have to have a TV subscription. Fun Guys Chunk says, well, it's $14.99 a month. Red Zone on NFL website. What's the YouTube TV thing then? Red Zone separate from Sunday Ticket. When I bought Sunday Ticket, I'm almost certain I got Red Zone from it. I was watching Red Zone last year. I didn't pay $14 a month or $15 a month. Dance Guy says, you're thinking of NFL Sunday Ticket. Red Zone's just one channel. I'm just there says, if you don't have a TV sub, it's like $600. I'm not going on some sketchy site to get a virus. I'm too scared of that. Mason type of guy to be too scared going on some sketchy site. John says, just check the channel and your workouts are strong. Much love, my guy. Don't want to flex on y'all, but I mean, I was a collegiate powerlifter. I have done an Ironman. It is, all jokes aside, very, very few people on this planet that can compete with me in exercise, which is such a flex, right? I'm so good at exercising. Am I super good at any sports? No. I wish. Did I get to go to college for any sports? No. Am I athletic? Probably not. I'm an okay tennis player. Pretty damn good at pickleball. But exercise, ooh. Give me my flowers. Okay. Brody says, when are we getting the Ironman 2.0? Definitely doing another Ironman this next year. The next thing I'm doing is I'm doing a 50-mile ultra marathon November 2nd, which maybe I'll make a video out of that. JCM says, Sunday ticket is $680, or you pay an extra $80 on top of it to get Red Zone. So my live TV provider, my parents have Hulu Live, and I just steal it from them. So if my parents have Hulu Live, can I go on YouTube TV and just buy Red Zone or NFL.com and just buy Red Zone for $15 a month and not worry about anything? Please let me know. Ben says, Mason, I challenge you to a tennis match when we meet. I'm down. I'm game. Jonathan says, Mason, any tips for current powerlifters? To keep it 100 with you, I was not that good at powerlifting. Watching any YouTube videos is going to be better advice than I can give. My best lift ever, I will say. And it's probably the first video on this channel where I have the NFL Combine. Not on the Mason Dodd channel, but on this one. And I could not come close to doing this anymore now that I'm training for like ultra marathons and Ironmans. But I did hit a 225 bench for 12 reps at like 160 pounds. But Nate Tano says, Red Zone is the channel that shows you every touchdown. Sunday ticket is the thing that allows you to watch all the games. I know maybe I'm not a true football fan, blah, 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 if I don't buy Sunday ticket. But if I'm just going to be watching primetime games in Red Zone anyway, because last year, pretty sure I just watched Red Zone. I think I'm going to go. I probably just buy Red Zone. I don't know if I'm going to run it back with Sunday ticket. If Sunday tickets can cost me like $750. Rin says, do you ever watch David Goggins for motivation? I have the David Goggins audiobooks on my swimming headphones. And they're one of the very few audiobooks I've been able to download on my swimming headphones, and I actually can hear them as I'm swimming. So I've listened to the David Goggins Can't Hurt Me book probably 4 or 5 times all the way through. Because it's a way I can make swimming go by fastest and keep my lazy butt in the pool the longest possible. But I don't watch much Goggins anymore. But I do listen pretty much every single, literally exactly every time I swim, I'm listening to Can't Hurt Me by David Goggins. Okay. Luke McCaffrey goes, I think we're going to go ahead. We will take Bo Nix as our third quarterback, get him stacked up with Cortland Sutton. Oliver already knows it. We talked about this in the live stream previously. The best motivational speech is just do it, Art Williams. If you're into motivational speeches, this is the one for you. I promise you, my friend showed it to me back in college. And every race I ever do now, whether that's like a marathon, whether it's the Ironman, half Ironman, whatever it is, just do it, Art Williams. That's what you want. A good little 20-minute speech. It's the best. Okay. Bryce Young off the board, pick 192. If Mims makes it to us at 196, we may just take him to get the double stack with Nix. We do need another running back in this draft. It's another draft I get suckered into taking Roschon Johnson around 18. Yes, and if we hit 1,500 likes, like I said, we are going to get another draft going. So make sure you go down there and hit that like button if you want another draft. Week 17 bring back doesn't matter here in the sprint. And yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll take Marvin Mims. And that's a big reason why I don't talk about week 17 bringbacks a ton, because they really only apply for like 2 tournaments. If you're worried about them in a high stakes league, they don't matter. Worried about them in the sprint, they don't matter. Worried about them in the marathon, they don't matter. Worried about them in the eliminator, they don't matter. But now wide receiver, we have St. Brown, Olave, Metcalf, JSN, Sutton, Mooney, Wandale, Marvin Mims. Running back, we have Etienne, Alvin Kamara, Tajay Spears, J.K. Dobbins. We're going to take another running back in this draft. Tight end, we have Andrews, Bowers. Quarterback, we have Goff stacked with St. Brown, Geno double stacked with Lockett, Metcalf, and Nix stacked with Sutton and Mims. People saying we already have 1,500 likes in the stream, so we will get another draft going. Let me just queue up some of these running backs here. We'll maybe get a unique Akers pick in. Is there anybody else that's interesting to possibly take? Maybe A.J. Dillon. And then we'll get Estime, Elijah Mitchell, Carson Steele, Country Miller if they don't make it back. Just make sure we get a running back here. Okay, so how many Best Ball Mania teams can I draft? 6. Oh, dear God. We're running thin. We're running low. We may have to start doing some private drafts because we may be maxing. So we are in here in Best Ball Mania, the largest fantasy football tournament on the planet. I'd be happy to have you in this draft with us. Okay. I'm not going to sit here and cry. Yes, we get pick 11. Yes, pick 11 sucks. But at the same time, we've had so many solid picks so far tonight that I have no right to cry about it. Like, it just kind of is what it is at this point. It is what it is. But oh my gosh, we've been live streaming for 3 freaking hours. So, dear God. The longest live stream of the season. Stacy in this draft with us at 8. Happy to be drafting against you. I am Sandus says, am I stupid for liking pick 11 and 12 this year? Yes. In the flock league, so what we did was we played knockout to determine draft order, but you actually got to pick your draft order, right? So say you won knockout. There, you don't just immediately get the number 1 overall pick. You get your first selection of any draft slot you want. So I believe Thomas won knockout, and he picked the second slot to draft from. Where Sal lost knockout, I knocked him out immediately. GG. And he got stuck with the 11th pick. Okay. Shane in this draft with us at pick 3. Judd in this draft with us at pick 5. Diamond Swiper in this pick with us at 9. Jared in this draft with us at 2. Big CEO in this draft with us at 7. This is going to be a tough draft. This is going to be a tough draft. All right. We'll make it work. I'll find out. Jefferson off the board at 6. Brees goes 7. If you wanted to go Brees over Jefferson at this point, even on Underdog, I think you can. Okay. It's going to be tough. Yeah, no Travis Kelce at pick 51 this time, sadly. We are on the clock. We are going to go ahead. We will take Puka Nacua. Puka was a very easy pick, and I was very excited when he fell to us at pick 11 earlier in the offseason. That was before he had the knee injury. Now with the knee injury, it's definitely a lot tougher. Naim says, how many Best Ball Mania drafts do you have left? I think we only have 5 left at this point. So sadly, I did not pace myself as we should have. And please do not be on auto draft at pick 12. I've already rambled about every little thing imaginable so far today. I don't think there's another thing that I can possibly think to talk about here to kill time if y'all are going to be auto drafted. God freaking dang it. Is this team really auto drafting? Goes Jahmyr Gibbs. Gibbs is the guy I wanted. All right. I just don't know. I just don't know what to do. I have no idea what to do. We're going to take Drake London. It's not the most unique pairing in the world. It's not the most exciting pairing. I haven't taken a ton of London this year. I would not recommend you taking him here in your regular redraft league. In your regular redraft league, I'd probably recommend you take London in round 3 if you can get him there, or at the very end of round 2. And there's a wide range of outcomes with Drake London this season. But it is what it is. We'll go ahead and we'll mix him in with this pick. Don't love it, but don't necessarily know if it's easy to find somewhere else to go. Yeah, we're going to go with him over Taylor. I just think that possibly we can find some values later at running back. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it doesn't happen. We'll see together. But let's mix it up and let's try something a little bit different. And yes, pick 11 and 12 just freaking sucks. It sucks. Maybe going Saquon would have been really nice just because Puka Saquon would have been a little bit of a unique combo. So maybe we sold. Maybe that's the direction that we should have gone in. But it is what it is. We already made our bed. Now we kind of got to lay in it. FSC. God dang. This is just embarrassing. Okay, real quick, Danny. My guy, the vlog is going to drop tonight. Thomas uploaded it. I already downloaded it. It looks incredible. I sadly haven't been able to actually watch it. Instead, I've just been skimming through. But I cannot wait to watch the vlog. Looks like it's going to be really good. Looks like it's going to be a ton of fun. I can't wait for y'all to see it as well. Oh, it's funny. Looking at the draft board, Thomas put under everybody's name. Like it says Tom, and then underneath it says Dev. Thomas, underneath it says editor. Then Zach Land, and then under Austin it says Dev. And then under Danny, obviously, it says FSE. Yeah, that's really funny. God, it was just such a good week. It was so much fun. And yeah, I see your my guy. You were getting cooked in the comments. There were a couple comments that I saw that were tough. And yes, if you want to send me Breece Hall, you're more than welcome to. You're more than welcome to. Okay. Brian says, how high do you push Debo up in your rankings if I get traded? I think Debo jumps Nico in London if that happens. I took Nico over Debo in the Flock League. Yeah, and Danny, it was funny whenever I tweeted out that Josh Jacobs scores more points than Derrick Henry. After you said it on the YouTube short and TikTok and everybody was calling you the dumbest person ever, everybody in my Twitter mentions was saying, that's not a hot take. Of course that's going to happen. That's not a hot take. That's not a hot take. And the meetup was great. The FSE guys were just chopping it up with everyone. But let's see. Y'all are just, is everybody on auto here? Devontae Adams makes it down to pick 28. I do want to reiterate, while I haven't drafted a lot of Adams this year, Devontae Adams is a low-end wide receiver too, is a beautiful selection. Okay. Neighbors goes 30. The team at pick 4 should be really excited having Chase H and Adams. Team at pick 4 is probably the best team so far this draft. Looking at the rest of the board, just everything does seem very standard. Laporta goes, probably saves me from myself where we've just drafted a ridiculous amount of Laporta. Henry goes 33. Henry would have been nice to have. I sounded so defeated when I say that. We're going to go ahead. We'll take Stephon Diggs as our third receiver here. I got a plan. Let this plan come in. 25% James Cook. Bro's a fifth. Hey, real quick, let me know what y'all think of this offer in the chat. Danny saw this offer. I sent it to Zach. Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Terry McLaurin and Austin Eckler or Brandon Ayuk in a full PPR, 2 wide receiver, 2 flex, 12-team league? Brandon Ayuk or Terry McLaurin and Austin Eckler? I sent this trade offer. Sadly got rejected. But let me know what you're thinking. Okay. Ayuk. Terry side. Ooh, thank you, Henry. Thank you, Henry, for backing me up here. I'm going to send this over to Zach and let him know that he made a massive mistake in deciding to not send me Brandon Ayuk for Terry McLaurin and Austin Eckler. The rest of the chat, y'all are missing the context. What if I told you? Ooh, BJN also saying McLaurin. Anthony says even trade. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Eli says, how's the upload going with the Flock League? Maybe I can try uploading it on Google Chrome. It was not uploading on Safari. The thing is on Chrome, I don't know. I'm not going to do it on Chrome because I'm streaming from Chrome. I don't want to switch accounts and then maybe it messes with the stream. I'm not going to be able to upload until after I'm done streaming. I tried. FSE says, I offered Neighbors and Shaheed. Let's see what offer was better. Would you rather have Malik Neighbors and Shaheed or Terry McLaurin and Austin Eckler? Neighbors and Shaheed or McLaurin and Eckler? Let me know. Neighbors, Terry, Neighbors, Terry, Neighbors, Terry, Neighbors. All right, Danny, it looks like your offer was maybe better. Somebody has to make the first trade in that league. I have a meeting with the developers tomorrow morning. Maybe I'll be wheeling and dealing then. Maybe I can get a little thing going. We'll see. Maybe I can talk to one of the developers and see if somebody wants to make a swap. Here's the real plan, all right? That there's a 0% chance any of the developers are watching this right now. Danny's watching this, but the trade's not with Danny, so it doesn't matter if he knows my plan. We have James Conner. James Conner is going to start off the season extremely strong. Here's what's going to happen. The developers, they're going to look at James Conner being an RB1 at the beginning portion of the season. They're going to think that's just going to be the case all year. And I'm going to pivot from James Conner to a running back struggling at the beginning of the season and try to move up to someone like James Cook, Rachaad White. Let's see if we're able to upgrade through the first month. We'll see. We'll see. Hugh says, who would win in an arm wrestle, Danny or Mason? Danny would snap my arm in half. We're going to be honest. Danny would snap my arm in half. FSC says, you're underestimating their access to our content. Well, yeah, I mean, they have the rankings on the site and everything, but still. Notorious, I'll probably do an ESPN live draft Tuesday night. I think we have something in the works there. Probably do an ESPN live draft stream Tuesday night. George Pickens falls to round 5 here yet again. Another draft where he's a faller. Worthy goes pick 53. Norwick says, hire me as a dev, old man. Send me a resume, young boy. I would have loved Kincaid making it to us. We have to remember that the team after us looks like they are more likely than not auto-drafting at the moment. So if we want a player to make it back around to us and they're at the top of ADP, we have to take him. Team after us, I think, auto-drafted Michael Pittman Jr., so they'll probably be in a spot where they get to auto-draft Anthony Richardson, which will let them. I think we go Ridley and maybe Kenneth Walker, because we assume that they auto Richardson and Jaden Reed. Yeah, Will Mason pass on Walker again. Not this time, my guy. Not this time. I've learned my lesson one too many times. Owen says, def or what? Flockfantasy.com, my friend. We are investing a ton into flockfantasy.com. Literally cannot wait for the overhaul at the end of the week and for y'all to see what it looks like. It is going to be massive. Richardson gets taken there at 60. We assume that they'll auto-draft Jaden Reed as well. For an auto-draft team, they getting pretty lucky here. Not a big Pitts guy, so I think we will just take Kenneth Walker. Could have reached on Stroud and pair up Stroud with Diggs, but there's also a tiny chance that he makes it back. I know y'all are going to absolutely hate me for this. Actually, no, never mind. But I do want to remind y'all that we are drafting on Underdog Fantasy. This is where I've drafted every single day this offseason. I've drafted here every single day for years. It's my favorite place to draft. It's best ball, so no time commitment at all during the year. It's how I draft hundreds of teams every year. It's how I won $150,000 on Underdog 2 years ago. And of course, if you want to join a draft with me, you can find that link in the description, in the comment section, in the live chat. Code FLOCK will hook you up with my 2024 rankings, my 2024 draft guide, and a 2024 ADP consensus cheat sheet. Plus code FLOCK will also get you set up with a special exclusive Christian McCaffrey's pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for week 1. And they're running a site-wide special as well. Travis Kelce, more than less than half a total yard for week 1 for new users. So you get both of those and a 50% deposit match. So make sure you take advantage of that with the link in the description and comment section. Okay. Now, Pitts makes it all the way down to 68. Danny, I wish I had an easy way on the stream. I streamed through OBS. I wish there was I need to get better at streaming so I could like see you in the chat and go, oh, you want to hop on? And just immediately pull you on. I think what we could potentially do is maybe like bring you on through Discord. I know that's how like professional streamers do it. But your boy is not tech savvy. I need to figure that out though. Yeah, Danny on the stream would be a boom. And it would give me some more energy. Danny, if I can figure out how to get you on the stream, you down to hop on? It's almost midnight for Danny right now. I completely forgot about that. StreamYard, we would have to shut down the stream and restart. Yeah, that's what I said. I figured Danny was heading to bed tonight. I'm down this week. Just hop on the stream. Start talking in the chat whenever you want. And we'll pull you in. And hopefully I'll be able to figure out how to do it relatively easily. We'll see. We'll see how smart I am. Obviously, the answer to that question is not very, but okay. Okay. I am Santa says, when are we getting a Flock and Matthew Berry collab? I do not know. I do not know. Norik says, do you have Discord? I do, but I'm assuming I'd have to call him through Discord, record my Discord screen, move him into a little box next to me, find a way to get the audio from Discord. It would definitely be through Discord, but it'd be tough. Be tough. Okay. Christian Watson off 75. Montgomery goes 76. If we get Stroud making it to us, this may actually be an exciting team. Let's see. Never mind. The Nico Collins team doesn't have a quarterback. The Nico Collins team will most likely be taking CJ Stroud here. Augusta says, Matt Berry steals Mason's ideas. I would guarantee, I don't want to guarantee anything, but I would be surprised if Matthew Berry is coming up with his own content ideas. I bet you he has a team of people doing it for him, and they say, hey, this is the video you're recording today. Hey, this is what you're talking about today. If you work at NBC, I don't think, at least I'm assuming, of course, I'm an idiot. I have no idea. I'm assuming you don't walk into the room and say, like, hey, I got a great video idea. I'm assuming they tell you what's happening. Okay. Stroud goes off the board to pick 81. We are on the clock here. Let's think about what we want because the team after us is going to auto the top two guys. I just have no freaking idea. I think we maybe take Jake Ferguson, knowing that there's a small possibility of Dak Prescott making it to us in round 9. We'll give the team here at the 7-8 turn the combo of Aaron Jones and Jordan Addison. And then I may go DeAndre Swift with our next pick. Danny says, stream chat a lot more chill than the shorts. Oh, yeah, for sure. I think the people who watch the shorts probably don't watch the streams and vice versa. The people in the streams hang out with me and we just pretty much chop it up every night. Neil says, shorts chat is insane. Yeah, y'all want to do something fun and y'all want to read some of the comments on the shorts? Let's do it. So we're doing a lot this past week. Let's pull up Danny's short because Danny is in here with us. And let's read the top comments. Let me get my phone out real quick. So here's what Danny's short included. Danny's short included him saying Josh Jacobs will outscore Derrick Henry. I agree with that. Danny's short included him saying Kyle Pitts over Mark Andrews. I think that's freaking insane. And then I forgot what the last one was. The last one wasn't super triggering. So pulling up, and this is on my channel, what the comments are. Pitts over Andrews is ludicrous. Pitts over Andrews is legitimately one of the worst takes of all time. Pitts over Andrews disqualifies this guy from fantasy indefinitely. Dude is definitely the last place guy in every league. We've been saying this about Henry for the past 4 seasons. Blah, blah, blah. Let's look for some of the funny ones. This dude, honestly, is looking to go 0 for 3 on these picks. 1 for 2 if he's lucky. Love how experts in quotes. I hate taking sports advice from people who look like they have never played a sport. Okay. That one had 80 likes on it. Bro really went 0 for 3. Broken heart emoji. Requirements to be a fantasy football expert. Be in a YouTube short and make bogus claims with the bravado. Nothing else. That's it. Yeah, Danny was getting cooked in this one. Danny was getting cooked. Yeah. They were on my side there. I wasn't getting the hate there. That was Danny's hate. I could find some hate that I'm getting on other shorts. Let me see if we have, let's see what the top comments are on some other ones. Let's see what the other member of FSC has going on here. Let's see what Corey's top short comments are. Here, I asked Corey if he would rather have Justin Jefferson or Garrett Wilson. He said Garrett Wilson, and the man backs up his statement because in the Flock League, he drafted Garrett Wilson over Justin Jefferson, which in my mind, literally insane. I titled this short, Fantasy Football Quote-Unquote Expert Loses His Mind. I want to play in the league where that dude is drafting Wilson over Jefferson. Dude smoked something fierce before coming on here. And what world would I ever want Wilson over Jefferson when both are healthy? Jefferson could have a couch potato throwing to him and he'd still be elite. Wilson over Jefferson must be a joke, a really bad joke. I would love to be in a league with that guy. Brutal takes. And then all of a sudden, there's just a random comment. Huge fan of this content, dude. It's awesome to hear multiple perspectives. Videos were great, too. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bro, every take was painful. This guy got every pick wrong. I'm coming back to this video after the season to cook him more. What is funny is those YouTube shorts will pop up after the season. That's how the YouTube shorts algorithm works. And people will be flaming Corey if he is wrong on that, which I think he will be. I think that will be a very, very bad call. Yeah, I think the vlog is going to be awesome. I can't wait to watch it. Okay, Curtis Samuel off. We have to remember the team behind us is on auto. So the top 2 guys, according to ADP, if we leave them to him, they will be taken. David Njoku is an easy pick for me. There's no way I pass that team. David Njoku. We'll have Ferguson and Njoku and call it a day at tight ends. Njoku, it's nice that we give ourselves the option to take Deshaun later on. This team will most likely go with Moss and Spears. I'm okay getting Singletary. Purdy, we don't have any Niners. Lawrence, we have ETN. We could target Gabe Davis later on, but probably doesn't make sense to reach for him there. If Danny says, once I go 3 for 3, I expect formal apologies. I hope you get them. Okay. Moss goes. Hugh says, Mason used to be the world's greatest Courtland Sutton hater. That is true. When Courtland Sutton went in round 3 of fantasy football drafts and he was everybody's favorite sleeper, I was the number 1 world's Courtland Sutton hater. That is true. But we'll go ahead. We will take Devin Singletary. So very mediocre team. Not super exciting. Wide receiver, we have Puka, London, Diggs, Ridley. Running back, we have ETN, Kenneth Walker, DeAndre Swift, Devin Singletary. Tight end, we have Ferguson and David Njoku. So, not going to sit here and act like this is the most exciting team in the world. It is what it is. And yes, that year I was also a massive Gabe Davis hater, and that's when Gabe Davis was going at the beginning of the 4th. That year, I just freaking crushed. I'll never be as good as that year again. Like most drafted guys, like our 4 most drafted guys being the literal 4 league winners. And being the advocate, the number 1 hater for Courtland Sutton, being the number 1 hater on Gabe Davis. Like the 2 biggest busts in fantasy football that year outside of injuries. It's not getting better than that season. Literally ever. If you look at the sample size that we had that year, I don't think there's ever been a fantasy football season over that large of a sample of teams drafted that were that good. Like anybody's ever won multiple tournaments in the same year, plus getting 16th place in Best Ball Mania. Like we'll never be able to repeat it. Trent says fantasy drafters get smarter every year. I used to think this, but I don't know if that's true anymore. I think it's for sure that fantasy drafters think that they get smarter every year. But in terms of if they actually do or not, I think that's up for debate. I don't think fantasy drafters get dumber, but I don't think the fantasy community inherently has gotten much smarter. I think we've probably learned a couple lessons, probably have forgotten some lessons. I still think people just kind of chase what worked last year. And it typically doesn't work the following season. This is the kind of news that I'm looking for. Breaking. Trey Lance officially led all players in passing and rushing in the preseason. What else do you need to see? What else is there to even discuss? Blake Corum off the board to pick 120. Austin Eckler goes 121. Jalen Wright, 123. Does seem like a pretty early place to take Wright. We need wide receiver and quarterback. In terms of quarterbacks that we can be looking at, Goff probably not in play here. We don't have Jameson. We don't have Laporta. We don't have Gibbs. We don't have St. Brown. So it's probably not a spot to take him. Running back wouldn't be that exciting to go with. FSC says, I like Wright, but more of a 12th rounder. Yeah, I just can't imagine taking Jalen Wright over Trey Benson, over Ezekiel Elliott, over Zach Charbonnet. I think you just have to have those running backs over Jalen Wright. Jerry Jeudy goes 126. Tyler Lockett just continues to fall. And I've taken a lot of Lockett, and I feel idiotic because of it. Mike Williams goes 128. We have to keep in mind the team after us is going to auto 2 guys almost regardless. Would be nice if we can get them to auto another running back when they have 5 running backs, 4 receivers. Trey Benson goes 198, so it looks like they will not auto another RB. We'll go ahead. I'll continue being an idiot taking Tyler Lockett. We'll draft him at 131. We'll give the team after us Brandon Cooks and Jared Goff. And the team after us actually looks pretty damn good on auto. Just frustrating. And then on the way back around, we can actually get A.D. Mitchell. So the team's very strong at wide receiver, running back, and tight end. Obviously, the issue is just quarterback is a disaster. QB is a disaster here for us. And I want to remind y'all, if we hit 1,800 likes on the stream, we are going to get another draft underway, which I thought that there was no way that we were going to hit 1,800, but I just pulled this up, and actually we are pretty damn close. So maybe I shouldn't have said that. Let me also see. Would it be possible to fill another big dog draft? I am in the big dog. 10 spots open. Probably it's not going to fill. And yeah, we'll go ahead. We'll take A.D. Mitchell at pick 134. I think that we're not in big need of a running back at this point. We'll be just fine without it. We'll be able to just grab one more near the very ends. But let's go. NY Nick says Cousins sitting right there. I personally have noticed that Cousins is falling off the board. I mean, falling down boards in a big time way. And also, if you look at the team that took Kyle Pitts, already has Patrick Mahomes and Caleb Williams. So they more likely than not cannot take Kirk Cousins. So I actually think that there's a shot that we get Kirk Cousins making it back around to us in round 13. Could be wrong, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay. Jonathan says, does the strategy for the sprint differ a lot from regular best ball? Not really. Really, the only thing is they're like, you're not having to focus in on week 17 bringbacks. Danny says, if someone takes naked Cousins, they deserve to lose. I bet you would get Cousins on the way back around. I'll be surprised if we don't. Actually, I don't want to say I would be surprised if we don't, but I bet you we do. Yes, and if Cousin makes it back, we'll finally have a boom. Noah, happy to see a long time no see. Hope that you had a great offseason. Hope you're ready for the football season this year. But thank you for coming by. Okay. Okay. Let's see. And yes, if we get a Cousins, I'll give you a you like that. We'll do it. And I know the silence is loud at the moment, but we've been live for almost 4 hours. This is the longest stream we have done in quite some time, so you're going to have to excuse me here. You'll have to excuse me for the silence. Hectic says, I like it when the girlfriend's gone. It means longer streams and more drafts. To be honest, I just feel like such an old man. A couple of years ago, we used to be able to do 4-hour, 5-hour streams every single night. And I know I'm going to need to now that we're getting closer to the start of the season. Like, we're 4 hours into this. And honestly, it may just be that I'm like into running now and I used to not be. So maybe starting off the day with a 13-mile run and then still trying to do the 5-hour stream. That's not something that we should be planning on anymore, but I don't know. Yes, we need the professional yapper on here. We need Danny on here for us. And Cousins goes 144 to a team that has no Atlanta Falcons. RIP us. RIP that team. It is what it is. And yes, like I said, if we hit 1,800 likes on this stream, we are going to get another draft going, which I thought was very unlikely, but it looks like we're less than 100 likes away from actually making that happen. Okay. Yes, big doom. That is a doom for us. Let's move this over. There's a single player we're looking at. A single guy. Michael Wilson off 151. Wide receiver will definitely be in play for us. If we wanted to go Josh Downs, we could just kind of have, say, A.D. Mitchell, Josh Downs, both on the same squad and go, what if something happens to Pittman? Ray Davis goes 154. We're on the clock. The issue with this is I know for a fact this team behind us is on auto. So they would auto draft Deshaun Watson. We have David Njoku. We want the Watson Njoku stack. I want Josh Downs as well. But it sucks to be us. We're just simply not going to be able to get it. Okay. There you go, Josh Downs. They're going to take Jaleel here. Rodgers is not really in play for us if you look at our team. Baker, not really in play for us if you look at our team. So we're most likely we can go Adam Thielen or Demario Douglas. Thielen gives us the Bryce Young stack. Demario Douglas gives us the Drake May stack. Either option is okay. But that team actually autos Adam Thielen. I don't know why. Do we want Jaleel here? No, we don't want Jaleel, do we? No, I think we take Demario Douglas with the plan on the way back around of just adding another quarterback we can be looking at with Drake May. So wide receiver, we now have Puka, London, Diggs, Ridley, Lockett, A.D. Mitchell, Demario Douglas. Quarterback, we have Deshaun stacked up with Njoku. Tight end, we have Ferguson and Njoku. And running back, we have Etienne, Kenneth Walker, DeAndre Swift, and Devin Singletary. Overall, it's a doom of a team, but at the same time, I don't feel too bad about it because it's pick 11. What are we supposed to do? We know pick 11 is going to be tough. Okay. Okay. Khalil Herbert goes 164. Danny sees the vision. Thank you. Thank you. NY Nick says Rodgers is for only having points through the first 14 weeks. I definitely think if Rodgers would have made it back around, we could have gone ahead. We could have taken Rodgers. The issue is I just don't know if we want to take Rodgers ahead of ADP on a team where we don't have the stack. Luke McCaffrey goes. Taysom Hill. What is this team at 1 doing? Oh my gosh. Obviously, if you could get Taysom at tight end, it's an absolute no-brainer. But having him at quarterback, I think that is the first year I've maybe seen that, to be honest. Okay. Jordan Mason goes 173. I'm just still kind of shocked from seeing. And also, I know that people are making the argument to go Rodgers in the last round just for the points in the regular season even if we didn't have the stack. I think Baker kind of fits in that mold here if we were to get Baker at 179. But we have to remember the team behind us is going to be on auto almost regardless. So we kind of want Nick's here. I'm sorry, Will Levis here to pair up with Calvin Ridley. Okay. Vidal. So we may actually be able to get both quarterbacks here. Wandale off. No, we can't. We take Baker. He ends up autoing Marshawn Lloyd and Will Levis. We'd rather have Levis for the Ridley stack than we would Baker unstacked. It'd be great to get both. That's not an option here, though, so we are going to be forced to go Levis. And then we're assuming Baker and Marshawn Lloyd are both going to be gone. Maybe Underdog will end up auto-drafting this team. a tight end because they don't have a tight end yet. That would be really nice. Is in that case, we would possibly get, they go to Marcus Robinson. Maybe they have guys queued up. They have someone queued up. Maybe this is not too bad for us. They go Greg Dortch. So we could go Baker Mayfield and just get the regular season points in weeks 15, 16, 17. Or we could instead look to wait and take Drake May to pair up with Demario Douglas. I think we're just going to take Baker and hopefully advance with him. And then hopefully get a David Njoku, Deshaun Watson stack, a Will Levis, Calvin Ridley stack pop off when we really need them. FSC says probably limits at quarterback and running back set. Maybe. But let's move this over. I just never go on auto, so I don't have any limits set myself. But let me see. How many likes are we away from 1,800? We are 20 likes away from 1,800 likes. If you want another draft, go down there, hit that like button, and we'll get another one going right this second. Okay. FSC says, did I show you the team I had ruined by it? I don't think so. You showed me a couple teams. To be honest, I didn't look at them too closely. Drake May goes 186. So if we wanted to take Drake May, we probably would have had to take him over Baker. Straight up. I don't think you would have made it back around to us. But I think we are hitting 1,800 likes. So let me queue up some guys here. I think we're going to go with a running back. You know what? I'm not going to queue up players because we do need two more positions. We need a running back and a receiver. So I'm just going to move this to another window and I'll finish the draft there. But let's get in another sprint draft. I don't have too many sprints left. And dear God, this is, there are 10 spots open. So I'm going to be going up against a lot of y'all, I'm assuming. This entire draft's going to be against y'all, which is not a fun situation for me. But if anybody wants to join, there are 6 spots open still in this draft. Maybe we're forced to... Maybe we're forced to do a different tournament. No, but there's 2 spots open, so it does look like this is going to fill. Okay. We are at pick 8. Pick 8 should be great. I mean, pick 8, yeah, at least get one of the top options for you. The third round can get very difficult. But outside of that, the first 2 shouldn't be bad. Okay. I mean, we used to be able to get Brees at 8 relatively easily. Now it just simply doesn't happen. Dan in this draft with us at pick 3. And yeah, we're at least not pick 11. Let me know who else is in this draft with us, because I'm assuming a lot of y'all are. Danny says, I've contemplated moving Breece into the tier with the top 3, to be honest. Such a clean projection. Sounds like maybe you just drafted Breece in the Flock League and you're trying to hype your team up, my guy. Sounds like that may be the case. I'm considering moving Jamar Chase to the 101, to be honest. Okay, the other league, I just have no idea what to do. We're going to take Tyler Boyd and have Boyd double stacked with Will Levis. So CMC goes, then you get Lamb, Tyreek, St. Brown, Chase. Okay. Parlay Picks, who I've seen crushing us in other drafts out here. Thank you for stopping by, my friend. Breece and Bijan both go, so we are going to get Justin Jefferson at pick 8, which in the grand scheme of things should give us the option to potentially get a pretty unique combo here. The other draft, I'm going to be an idiot, and I'm going to continue to take Roschon Johnson around 18, feed that Texas Longhorns bias, and feed our ever-growing pit of money that we're throwing at. Okay. After we go Jefferson, you have A.J. Brown, Garrett Wilson, Puka Nacua. To be honest with you, when we get Jefferson here at 8, I'm more likely than not just going to go ahead and take whoever falls according to ADP on the way back around. The reason being is Jefferson at 8 very rarely is going to fall to this. I'm sorry, Jefferson at 8 very rarely fell here through the course of the entire tournament. So I think it should be a pretty unique pick. And we want to combine him with, or pair him up with somebody else where the combo's unlikely. So Debo goes, Gibbs goes. Oh, Gibbs would have been an absolute dream. Drake London, Justin Jefferson, honestly, is not a bad spot. Don't hate it. I would have loved Gibbs, though. That would have just been the best. Okay, I'm in a slow draft right now, trying to figure out what we do. Do we just take Geno unstacked, or do we go Darnold's? I'm going to go Sam Darnold. Pair him up with Jefferson and Addison. Okay. After we go London, you have the wide receiver run continue to happen. I mean, it would have just been so beautiful getting Jahmyr Gibbs. I think in one of the drafts, I think it was with Avery when we were at the Airbnb, we were actually able to get Jefferson and Gibbs paired together, which is freaking nuts. In my mind, that should never happen. We get extremely lucky that it does. But yeah, here, not possible. And yeah, probably shouldn't be possible, as we already mentioned. Okay. HN off the board, 23. Kyron goes over HN here, which is a little bit of a unique pick. I have taken freaking Sticky Ricky in so many high stakes drafts, but it just like he gets to the point where it's Sticky Ricky or Rashad Bateman. And I'm like, do I want the round one NFL draft pick that projects to be in the best offense of the NFL this season? Or do I want a wide receiver that has barely cracked 100 points over the past 2 years in fantasy? It's disgusting. It's gross. I pray to God that Sticky Ricky does something. And yeah, Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes going at the 1-2 turn to pair up with CMC. Very interesting there. Should hopefully give us a player that we're excited about at 32. It doesn't. Neighbors, Derrick Henry will be the top two guys. Maybe we mix in Malik Neighbors. If he falls, he doesn't. Y'all know I'm not a big Derrick Henry guy. I think I'd rather just take DJ Moore and look at one of the running backs that'll be available to us in round 4. So we're going to go ahead. We will take DJ Moore. Okay. Okay. After we take Moore, you do have DJ Moore falling as well. Okay. Jalen Hurts goes 36. It's a very interesting team there at pick 12 with Taylor, Barkley, Hurts. Getting Pittman at 37. But going for the Hurts-Barkley combo. Pacheco, 38. Don't make me take Sam Laporta again. You know I'll do it. You know I will do it. Josh Allen off 39. So they don't make us do it. Maybe we just take Zay Flowers. I think if you look at this start of 4 guys, Zay Flowers rarely falling this far on underdog drafts this offseason. The probability of us getting Lamar is slim, but not impossible at pick 56. So we'll go for it. We'll go for it. And never mind. Lamar goes at 43. Interesting to see George Pickens go at 44, where I think in every single draft tonight, he has gone in the 5th round. Okay. Jacobs off 48. So that team at 1 going 0 wide receivers through the first 4 rounds. We have talked about this before, but if you look at the historical data, 0 wide receivers through the first 4 rounds on Underdog has pretty much been a way that you can guarantee that you have no shot of anything, really. Amari goes pick 50. Okay. Andrews goes 54. So that team that takes Lamar from us, which obviously I can't be too upset, but gets Andrews all the way back around. And yes, I may need some coffee. We are 4 hours into the stream. McLaurin goes, we'll just go ahead. We'll take Christian Kirk here, give ourselves the ability to look at Lawrence later on. But I think this is the first draft that we've had tonight going 5 wide receivers straight. And of course, I'm may well be losing my mind here with these drafts because we've been streaming for so long. And if you want to take advantage of that, if you want to hop into a draft with us, we're doing this every single night. This is the best place to get in an extra fantasy football draft, not replace the main fantasy football league that you care about. But this is Underdog Fantasy. Their best balls, so no time commitment at all during the year. So I draft hundreds of teams every year. So I won $150,000 on Underdog 2 years ago. And if you use code FLOCK, you're going to get my 2024 rankings, 2024 draft guide, and 2024 ADP consensus cheat sheet. Plus, with code FLOCK, you will get a Christian McCaffrey special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for week 1. Plus, with code FLOCK, you'll also get a Travis Kelce special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for week 1, and a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. You just need to be in one of these states if you are interested in hopping into an Underdog draft. But let's move this over. Jaden Reed off the board at pick 60. Obviously, once we go Christian Kirk, I mean, we're so loaded up with wide receiver production that the hope is we see that run of receivers when we have 5 guys straight. So pretty good for us. Really, the only wide receiver that's left in play in that tier is Chris Godwin. But obviously, Godwin not super exciting for us here. Okay. Kenneth Walker goes 62. XYZ says, I signed up with code GLOCK, but they didn't send it to my email. If you signed up with code GLOCK, I'm sorry, you're not going to be getting anything, my friend. If you signed up with code FLOCK, should be on its way shortly. CJ Stroud, we don't have any Texans. Anthony Richardson has been falling like a rock. Maybe this is one of those teams where we go Kyle Pitts and we pair up Kyle Pitts and Drake London. We target Cousins later on. And we go all in with the Atlanta Falcons offense this year, which doing that last season, doing that the year before, would have absolutely crushed you. Brian Thomas off at 66. Deontay Johnson goes 68. Richardson makes it all the way down to 71 in this draft. That is probably the furthest I've seen Richardson fall. The team that took Michael Pittman Jr. decided to pass on him at pick 37. I'm sorry, pick 60 and 61. But they had Jalen Hurts, so that somewhat does make sense. Smooth this over. Stroud falling. See if any of these teams have a Texans receiver. No, the team in front of us has Nico Collins. So I think we should probably see CJ Stroud off the board at 79. Miguel says, time to bust out the sparkling water, Mason. The issue is it's so late. Not trying to wake up and go pee 1,000 times through the night. Which I used to do that, and I didn't realize that it was because I was drinking water so late during these live streams. Okay. Jamison Williams off the board. Hollywood should very rarely fall this far. There'll be running backs that we like on the way back around. If we were to take Hollywood, he is our last wide receiver that we draft. But I think we just stay boring. I think we take Najee Harris with the Jalen Warren injury. We need running back volume. It's not like Hollywood gives us an option at quarterback since we don't have Mahomes. So let's see. Massive Audio, longtime listener, and is in a slow draft with me at the moment. Love to see it. Hopefully I'm not embarrassing myself in that slow draft, my friend. Hopefully I'm not embarrassing myself. FSE says, Mason, need to come to Canada so you can see what we mean when we say Canadian water tastes different. I stand by Texas tap water, at least Austin tap water, immaculate. Austin tap water tastes better than pretty much any other tap water I've had. Of course, I'm just Austin stan, so I'm going to say anything. All jokes aside, I do think that if I was Bill Gates, if I was Jeff Bezos, what I would have in my house is, y'all know those water fountains that also at the top of it have the water refill, where you put your little water bottle there, and in the corner it says, like, this has saved this many plastic water bottles, whatever. That water is by far and away the best water in the world. Whatever little filtration system that water fountain has is the literal best. If I had unlimited money, one of those would be in my house. Pinnick asking if Underdog will release another tournament this year. I know on Monday they are going to release the Flock tournament. On Thursday, they're going to release another Flock tournament. And then on next Monday, they're going to release another Flock tournament. So should be those three to look forward to. I hope Underdog releases another tournament because I'm running really low on the tournaments I can do on a stream at this point. But we'll see. We'll go ahead. We'll take Ramondre Stevenson at pick 89. Playing catch up at running back, of course. And in terms of quarterback, Burrow not really an option here, considering the fact that we have no Higgins, we have no Chase. Okay. Now, wide receiver, we have Jefferson, London, DJ Moore, Zay Flowers, Christian Kirk. Tight end, we have Kyle Pitts. And running back, we have Najee Harris, Ramondre Stevenson. Joe Burrow goes 93. I have noticed Jordan Love moving up draft boards. I used to be able to consistently get Jordan Love around pick 100, and that just simply never happens anymore. J Rob says Mason's so focused right now he's not even talking about my guy. I'm just run out of energy. This is 4.5 hours. And to be honest with you, yeah, FSC says, I love how it's been nearly 2 hours since I said I'm going to sleep. I hate to do this, y'all, but I need to get the flock vlog out before midnight happens so I can go to bed at a reasonable time. So I'm probably going to call the live stream here. Of course, I'm going to be streaming more Underdog drafts tomorrow night. Would love for you to hop in a draft with me. But yeah, we're going to call the stream here. I'm going to get the Flock League vlog out on the Flock League YouTube channel. You can find that link in the description, in the comment section. I'm sorry, you can't find that link there. I'm sorry. That link's nowhere to be found. Just look up the Flock League on YouTube. If you wanted a league to join a draft with us, that league can be found in the description, in the comment section. Code FLOCK will hook you up with a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000, plus our 2024 fantasy football rankings, plus our 2024 fantasy football draft guide, a Christian McCaffrey special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard, and a Travis Kelce special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard as well. So make sure you take advantage of those. But I think that's all I got for you. Much love, ladies and gentlemen. And I cannot wait to watch this vlog. So we're going to cut it here.